Good evening, everybody, or good morning, good night, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. We are here. It's top of the hour, too sweet to be sour, half past the hour. It's Metrix hour, or 3 hours. I'm going to try and keep it down to 3 hours tonight. Can we try and keep it down to 3 hours tonight? That's the same number of hours that I've had sleep. So here we are. Actually, that's a lie. I have just slept. The dog woke me up. The dog woke me up and said, "You need to do your broadcast." What do you mean you're asleep? Get up and do your damn broadcast, you. Yeah, trying to keep the momentum here, guys. So we're going to be continuing our little time with Denise Williams of a case from a few years ago, a Tallahassee case from, well, the trial was 2018. This case has so many years going for it. We've got the year 2000, the year of the murder, when Brian Winchester murdered his best friend, Michael Williams. Why? Well, it was in a plot from from Michael Williams' current wife at the time, Denise Williams, who did not want to get divorced. She was having an affair with Mr. Winchester. And just, couldn't get divorced, so opted to have him murdered instead, because murder is better than divorce. It's easier to live with yourself, knowing that you were murdering your husband and father of your child, father of your daughter. I mean, that's a whole new level. I could kind of get it. If there wasn't a kid involved. But there was. Anyway, we all know the deal from last night. I should put a link to last night's video in the description. But if you go to our channel page, you will find the Denise Williams interrogation video that we covered last night, and there's it's sort of, there was an introduction to the case at the beginning of that video. So do please check that out on our channel page, and I will put a link to the description in the video whatever I just said is, you get the idea. Anyway, let's welcome everybody in the chat. Hello, California Amy, hello Riding Shotgun, hello Mona Lisa AZ, and Udi, Mr. Big Wrench, Mr. Good Wrench. How are we doing? Yeah, short notice tonight, guys, because I literally just got up and I haven't even posted to social media, so maybe it's just us tonight, but who knows. So yeah, Brian got himself a sweet deal, possibly better, even better than the deal of the century that Luis Rivera got for testifying against Sigfredo Garcia and Katie McBanoir in his own situation. Yeah, so that's what we're doing tonight. We hope you have a good time. We hope you leave comments. We hope you like the video. Share, subscribe, and support the channel with the appropriate links in the description for this video. Just remember, the best one, the very best one, is buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. But we haven't even earned anything yet. Let's get to it. Okay, and we pressing play.
Everybody be seated, please. Try your next witness.
Your Honor, this time stay with.
Good evening, Christina and Dan Bailey. How are we doing? Mary as well. Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Call Brian Winchester.
And Mr. Winchester's been sworn outside your presence, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I need you to speak up a little bit.
Good afternoon.
That microphone's not doing much, so we'll just need to speak up a little louder.
It's nice to hear Judge Hankinson again, huh? Hangman Hankinson. He is a pretty quick judge, man. Good to hear his voice again. Welcome, Judge Hankinson. Welcome.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Brian Winchester,
And Mr. Winchester, how old are you?
48.
Mr. Winchester, do you know or did you know Mike Williams?
Yes, sir.
Prior to 2000, how did you know Mike Williams?
Mike and I went to high school together and got to know each other very well. We were very good friends. We continue to be friends all through college and all through our getting married, and we were very good friends. He was a very good friend.
Prior to 2000, were you married?
Yes, sir.
And who were you married to?
Kathy,
And how long had you known Kathy prior to 2000?
from high school.
Would you, Mike, and her all go to high school and college together?
The four of us all went to high school together. Yes, sir.
Who's the fourth?
Denise.
And what was Denise's relationship to Mike?
Denise and Mike were high school sweethearts. My wife, Kathy, and I were high school sweethearts. We all dated in high school and off and on through college, and then ended up all getting married.
And it's my understanding both that you and Kathy had a child,
Yes, sir.
little boy,
Yes, sir.
and that Mike and Denise had a little girl.
Yes, sir.
Were they roughly the same age?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you and Denise become an item, I guess, if you will, prior to 2000?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
When did it start?
Yes, sir.
The date that we used was October 13th, 1997, but there was a lot that led up to that point, a lot of background.
Let's talk about what led up to that point.
So, sorry, what did he just say? Was that the anniversary? I'm just trying to share the post onto the Twitter platform, but did he just say that they have the anniversary as October 13th, 1997, so that would be 3 years before the death of Mike? That might be a bit of a clue to anyone looking in.
As I said, she married her high school sweetheart, I married my high school sweetheart, and at first things were really good.
Oh, sorry, was it that was the anniversary to Kathy? Well, that would make more sense.
I think with all of us, but I was not a great husband, and spent a lot of time away doing hobbies and just stupid stuff. And at one point, I found a note in my first wife Kathy's purse, and basically I came to realize that she had been cheating on me or was cheating on me with another friend from high school named Gavin, and it crushed me. And after that happened, I began to look outside of my marriage. I guess I had a lot of motivations, but it led me to eventually end up with Denise. We all started going out a lot.
Let me stop you right there. We all being who?
My wife and I, Kathy and Denise and Mike, we started going out to bars and concerts and drinking and doing a lot of things that we didn't really do while we were all in college, when probably it's more appropriate to do those sorts of things. But we started going out, a lot of drinking, and I remember one night in particular, there were several nights that we did this, but one night in particular we started talking about sex a lot.
Who's we?
The four of us. And I I was friends with Denise in middle school and high school, but I was never attracted to her until that point. And so after we started talking about sex,
I'm not too sure about that, Brian. I've seen the pictures of Denise from high school, college days. She looks like the girl that everybody's attracted to. Looked pretty good back then. Not so much now, obviously. But, we'll see, Brian. We'll see.
sexual things and things that married couples shouldn't be talking about with each other. I think that's when the spark kind of started between the two of us.
So let's go to October 13th, 1997. You said that's the date that you used as an anniversary or something?
Yes, sir. We were going out, like I said, going out a lot, and one night in particular, we were going to Floyd's, and And so Denise and I, we pulled up on Tennessee Street, and Denise and I jumped out of the car and left Mike and Kathy to go park the car, and went down to the entrance of Floyd's, and that was the first place that we like kissed each other and made out, and we had our night out, and then after we all went home to our separate houses.
Let me stop you right there. You and
Little trivia, guys. I just looked up Floyd's Music Store at Tennessee Street in Tallahassee, which is closed now, but the address was 666 West Tallahassee Street. The shape of things to come.
Denise made out that night, but Mike and Kathy were present?
They were in the car. They were parking the car. It was while they were gone parking the car. And
Who
so
was there that night?
just the four of us.
Was Lindsay Lockhart there?
Not that night.
Okay. What about Angela Stafford?
Not that night. Not that night was just the four of us.
Okay.
And so later that night, after Kathy and I went home and Mike and Denise went home, she and I got on the phone together, and we basically spent the whole night talking to each other on the phone, and it was just like, I don't know, we connected like nobody else. I mean, we just really connected, and we had a lot of sexual talk and had phone sex and that sort of thing, and we agreed and then met up the next day. I think we just met during her lunch break at work, and that's kind of what just started the whole ball rolling with her and I.
Was this a one-time occurrence, or is it ongoing?
Was what a one time?
You and her having sexual relations?
Oh, no. That's just what started it. I mean, then it snowballed really fast. We started meeting in hotels. We started meeting during the workday. We started meeting whenever we had the opportunity. If Mike was at work, Mike worked a lot. He really was a workaholic, quite frankly. She was not happy with that. So we started meeting very regularly and having sex very regularly. Eventually we started going on trips together. There was times when she and Mike would go on trips, and I would go and meet with her, like if he had a conference in Panama City. I went over, and while he was in the conference, Denise and I went to Destin together, and we took trips to New York, South Beach. We spent a lot of time together.
What about Orlando? Is that one of the places you went as well?
Orlando, I remember going to Orlando with Kathy. I don't remember if Denise and I went to Orlando, just the two of us, or not. Probably. We went lots of places. Panama City.
During that time period, you mentioned you'd go to hotels.
Yes, sir.
You meet up during the day.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever at your house?
Yes, sir.
What about her house?
We would primarily go to her house, and it was primarily during the work day. We would meet at Home Depot parking lot, or meet behind Kaiser College, leave a vehicle and go to her house or go to my house. Sometimes not go to either one of our houses, depending on how long she could be away from work.
Where was her house located at?
Her house was off Meridian on Starmount, 256 Starmount, I believe.
Now remember, folks, that Denise's big issue with the divorce, not getting divorces, because she's very, what is the word? Conservative Christian values. Nothing spells good conservative Christian values than banging your husband's best friend in a car in a parking lot behind a church. Does it? I mean, it's just so funny. Sometimes the Christians are the ones you need to watch the closest, right? Sometimes.
Did you ever park at a Grace Lutheran Church as one of the locations to drop your car off?
There was a church in the woods off of Meridian, and I would park at that church, and there was a drainage ditch that ran from the church.
Again, the romance never ends. Take me to the drainage ditch. And what is it with Tallahassee and these drainage ditches? We heard a bunch of that in Grish's video about how Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera were retrieving the bag of money or whatever from behind Professor Markel's house from the drainage ditch. Remember when they said he was all wet? He was soaking wet to the bone, to the bone.
Through the woods into her neighborhood, and I would walk down the drainage ditch, and then there was only a short distance that I would have to walk from the drainage ditch down Star Mountain to get to her house to kind of be under.
Man, nothing gets me going like a drainage ditch, you know?
Cover, I guess. But there was a church on Meridian, on Miccosukee. I don't know why we parked at churches a lot, but I guess empty parking lots. But there was a church off of Miccosukee Road that I would leave my car at occasionally after they moved to Miccosukee Road to Midyat as well.
Okay, when was that?
Well, I mean, it wasn't.
They moved to the Miccosukee Road.
When did they move there? I don't remember exactly. I would say about a year and a half prior to Mike's death, if I had to guess.
And we asked questions earlier about Lindsay Lockhart. Who is that?
Lindsay Ketchum.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Formerly Miss Ketchum.
Right. She was primarily a friend of Mike's. That Mike worked for the Ketchums, and Lindsay's the Ketchum's daughter.
What about Angela Stafford?
Angela worked with the Ketchums as well, and was good friends with Mike and us, but primarily with Mike because she worked with Mike.
At some point, did you and Miss Stafford also have some sort of relations?
We
Hold the phone. We've got our first contribution of the evening of the earring. Are you wearing earrings? I'm not. But thank you for that super chat sticker thing, Mary. Well done. We've got a goal set. We've got our first of 10. I'm trying these goals. Is everyone else doing these goals? But we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Mary.
When you say relationship, yes, sir. I believe it was my birthday. It was either my birthday or Angela's birthday on one occasion. And we wanted to go out. The three of us, Denise and I and Angela, wanted to go out. And for some reason, Denise couldn't go out. I don't know if she couldn't get a babysitter or what happened, but she said, no, you go on. And I was like, no, you don't want me to go out with her without you. And she's like, no, it'll be fine. And so Angela and I went out and had a lot to drink and ended up back at my house in Killearn Lakes and ended up in bed together. And it was dark, and all of a sudden the light came on in my bedroom. And I looked up, and Denise was standing there, and she said something sarcastic and said, I'm sorry or something, and ran out. And I didn't want Angela to know it was Denise. I think she did know, but I didn't want her to know. And so I lied to Angela and told her that I thought it was my wife, my ex-wife at that point, Kathy.
So this is after Mike's death?
Yes, sir.
But is it before you and Denise had announced that y'all were dating each other?
Correct.
And Brian likes to party, right? How does he have time for anything else? He's cheating on his wife. He's divorcing his wife. He's cheating on the woman he's cheating with another woman. He's going to Panama City. He's going to so many places. He's going to every church parking lot in town, drainage ditches to have these liaisons. I mean, that is a full-time job, man. I just don't know if I'd have time for that much fun.
We were hiding it at that point.
talk about life insurance policies. What is it that you...
Life insurance policies. Hands up if you have a life insurance policy. Maybe we need to rethink life insurance as a global community. It seems that there's always a policy involved in so many of these murders. It's almost like when you have a life insurance policy, you know, in principle it's a good thing, but in other ways you're just making yourself a target worth more dead than alive. It's like you should probably be really good, worthy person to have a life insurance policy. Because if someone looks at you and sees $1 million, and they go, well, I think I'll take the $1 million. That's dangerous.
You did back for a living back in 2000?
Part of my job was to sell life insurance.
Okay. Did you sell life insurance policy to Mike Williams?
Yes, sir. I sold him 2 different policies.
Can you imagine the sales pitch? You know, I think it was pretty close to the murder. I'm not 100% sure whether the plot had already been, you know, made. But you're sitting down with your best friend going, yes, these policies are very good and they're very safe, and the cover is fantastic, and sign here, knowing you're gonna kill him. Oh man.
I sold him 1 policy early on.
Hi, C. Malone and Amy and everybody else brand new to the chat. Maria Gabriel, welcome.
Say early on, when we were talking.
He may have even, well, no, we wouldn't have been in college. It would have been right after we graduated from college. So,
which is when?
93, 94, somewhere in there. Pretty early on, because I think at first he had his mother as a beneficiary, and that was a $250,000 policy. And that was before he was married to Denise. Eventually, after they got married, he changed the beneficiary on that policy to Denise. And then, you want me to talk about all that I know about his policies, whether I sold them or not? Or
let's talk about the $1 million policy.
Okay. So that was the first policy that I sold him. And then after, was it after Ansley was born? I believe it was after Ansley was born. Yeah, it was after Ansley was born. He and I talked about increasing his coverage.
Now, whose idea was that?
To increase it?
Or was it a mutual idea?
I mean, it was a combination of Denise and I talking about him having more coverage, and
yeah, the 2 co-conspirators are looking at murdering Mike, and they're going, okay, how much is he worth dead? No, we need to up the value. We need to increase that coverage. Get him to sign a new policy.
He and I talking about him having more coverage. I mean, there was a lot of conversations behind the scenes as to getting that new policy.
In all honesty, having a larger policy of $1 million on a man who's married, kids, making income isn't necessarily abnormal.
It's not. It wasn't extravagant based on the income that he was making.
But nonetheless, there was conversations, and he elected to have.
That's a good point. You know, Mike had a real good job. Very successful for the late '90s. You know, bringing in a lot of money. Big house, doting father, good husband. I mean, really, you know, there's. It's hard to think of someone less deserving of his fate.
$1 million policy, correct?
Right. He wasn't real.
Oh shit!
Next witness.
God damn it! How do I go back? Damn. I can't go back. Okay, so we search for Brian Winchester. Winchester confession.
I think to him it was a lot of money. I think he even had conversations with Mr. Ketchum about it. But he, he eventually decided, and I think with Denise's encouragement, decided to go ahead and get that extra $1 million policy.
And when was that?
When did he get the policy?
Yes, sir.
I get a little confused because he had one policy that was issued that actually we didn't get the premium paid or something, so he actually had a second policy, same thing, same company, same everything. I think there was only like a 3-month gap in between that, but it was within I think 6 months to a year before his death occurred.
You mentioned another policy.
Let's go sidebar for just a second. We don't need the court report. We're dealing with a technical problem.
So good to see our favorite courtroom, huh? Look, there's George's chair. Love this courtroom. So hope Donna's trial's going to be in this same courtroom. I'm going to feel very hard done by if it's in the other courtroom. Hopefully it's going to be this one. Want to see Judge Everett on that big old chair up there.
Folks, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but this microphone doesn't appear to be working, but I think my microphone is working. I rarely need a microphone anyway, so we'll see if that is working.
Hello. Hello. Is this working better?
Is that not doing it?
I don't hear any difference.
May I adjust?
What?
May I adjust?
Yeah. It's on.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
His mic checking skills leave a lot to be desired. Hello, Pepper. Hello, JC Writer. Good job, guys. Welcome back. Phoenix Meridian. How you doing, Phoenix? Rising from the ashes.
Sorry to interrupt. I don't know that that helped any, but I thought maybe that would solve the issue. Go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Art. At some point, were you aware of him having another policy in the neighborhood of $500,000?
Yes, sir. He had another policy with a different company that he bought from a different person.
Oh, hey. We've got, hey, look at this soap. Keep Metrix up with coffees. Metrix has just got up. Honestly, I don't know what day, what hour. I have no idea. I sleep in like 1 hour shifts. Anyway, but thanks so much, Amy, for those fabulous coffees. Fantastic way to support the channel. And we've got a new way to support the channel also, guys, just so you're aware. If anyone is dying to see our coverage on the Ali Abulaban case, I'm going to need a push. If there's really demand for it, if people are crying out, there's a goal at the top of the chat to where you can give us that push, because it's going to be hard to get through. I think a lot of people are looking forward to the Metrix coverage. I know that Dreading's done a real good job, but I think people need to see the Metrix coverage, because we need to break this guy down, man. We need to break this guy down. But in order to do that, I am going to have to give up quite a portion of my soul. So if that looks like it's something you need, you can send us an incentive at the top on our goal in the chat there. And thanks so much again, Amy, for those fabulous coffees. Wonderful, wonderful, Amy.
I don't remember when I first became aware of it, but I know I became aware of it when I would have been talking with him about the $1 million policy. And his thoughts or intentions were that he was going to drop that $500,000 policy and replace it with the $1 million policy.
Drop the $500,000 policy? No. You need both, Mike. It's much better when you have the $1 million and the $500,000 policy. You don't want to be dropping policies, Mike. You know, it's about to pay out anyway.
So let's fast forward to the year 2000. At some point, were there thoughts of how you and Denise could be together?
Yes, sir.
How did that get initiated?
I think it even started prior to that. As I've thought about this and had plenty of time alone to think about it, one thing that I have remembered is the prior year, Mike and I were on a hunting trip together, and it was at a lake that was dry, and we had to walk across the mud, and there were places in the mud where I don't know how to describe it, but basically you could fall through the mud and there was nothing underneath. It was basically, I guess people would call it like quicksand. Mike fell.
Oh, man, you want him to go into quicksand? That is the most terrifying, horrible, slowest way to die possible. I mean, at least blowing him away with a shotgun to the head is pretty quick. I'd take a shotgun to the head over fucking quicksand any day. Man, that's too much. But the contrition we're seeing on Brian, I don't really feel the need to give him any credit, but he certainly looks like that this has been bothering him, right? Yeah, and I don't know who's all in the courtroom. Maybe his family, I suppose many people he knows, right? And Mike's mother. I mean, just imagine the worst thing you've ever done in your life. Hopefully it's not a brutal murder. But imagine the worst thing you've ever done, the secret thing, right? That you've never admitted to anyone. And then you're in a room full of your family and whatever everyone involved, and you have to sit there and tell everything. And you have to be completely 100% honest and not hold back, because that's all written down in your deal. If you hold back, if you're not honest, you don't have a deal. What a thing to have to do, huh?
Into one of those mud holes at one time, and it was just he and I out there, and I helped him out of it, and he had dropped his gun in there as well, and he ended up going back in it after his gun. Anyways, I remember telling Denise about that and how if I hadn't have been there or if I hadn't have helped him out, that.
Hey, Mary, I like your comment here, Mary. Mary says she'd like to know... Mary says, I'd like to know your thoughts on some of these defendants' years after prison life. I think that could be interesting. I agree, Mary. In fact, I think we should look into that. I'm going to start making a list of people that have served their time, and I don't know. There seem to be a lot of lifers in the cases we cover, but let's try and find some defendants that have served their time, come out, and see what we can find out about them. Good comment, Mary. Future thought.
It's very likely he would have disappeared and nobody would have known what happened to him, but that's just something that
This is 3... Oh, I can't remember. What did we decide? Was it... This is the big courtroom. Yeah, this is the main one. So is this 3G? Did we say it was... it's either 3B or 3G. I forget which one.
I had remembered in the past few months and thinking about this, but I think it was gradual that we, the more we were together, the more we wanted to be together. And the more we griped about Kathy and Mike, the more we wanted to be together. It just kind of, it just got worse and worse. I mean, it just snowballed. We just,
Mary says, does anyone know what is wrong with the judge's voice? He had a condition. I think it was, I can't remember. It was either Parkinson's or something along those lines, like a neural, some kind of condition that affected his voice. And this trial here is 2018. Less than a year later, Judge Hankinson was sitting on the bench for joint trial, Sigfredo Garcia, Kedi Magbanawa, and a year after that, he was dead. He didn't make it to Kedi's retrial in 2022. That's why we saw Honourable Judge Robert Wheeler sitting on that trial. I'd really like to find, if anyone in chat knows another case that was heard by Judge Robert Wheeler, I really like that judge. I'd love to cover anything he does. Hey, what's this? We've got another. Udi has contributed to our goal for the Ali Abulaban case. Thank you, Udi. Thank you for the super chat. And your comment says, do we think Brian got enough time? I mean, total immunity when you pulled the pin seems pretty lenient. Incredibly lenient. And, we've all been studying the deal that Luis Rivera got, and I didn't think that could be beat. I thought he got the best deal, most amazing deal that there is going. But I think we did agree last night, although the poll was basically completely split in half. I think it was 51% to 49% in favor of Brian, that he got the better deal compared with Luis. What do we think? Do we think it's lenient? Well, yeah. I mean, let's come back to that. I'm going to give that some thought. Thank you, Udi, for your comment and contribution.
I don't even know how to describe it, but so yes, we eventually started talking about options and ways that we could be together. And Denise, because of the way she was raised, because of her pride, I guess I can't say all the reasons, but she did not want to get divorced, and stated that she would not get divorced, but she still had a desire for us to be together, which narrowed the options even further, I guess.
Who narrowed those options?
I'm sorry?
Who narrowed those options?
It was all of our conversations and planning and everything. I would say is very mutual. I'm not going to sit here and say that Denise planned everything, and I was just a dumb guy who went along with what she wanted to do. I mean, I instigated a lot of it. I helped come up with ideas. I planned a lot of things, but overall, it was very mutual. I mean, we wanted to be together, and we weren't going to let anything stop that. So over the year prior to Mike's death, we discussed several options and alternatives of ways that we could be together.
What was one option?
One of the options, Mike worked a lot at night up at his office, and one of the options was that we could make it look as if there was a burglary of some sort up at his office, and that he got shot in some type of robbery or something up at his office. Denise didn't.
That's such a standard, we're going to set it up. He worked late at the office, we're going to set it up to look like a robbery. That's like the Moosehead guy. What's his name? Up in, where was it? It was in New Brunswick or Nova Scotia? Halifax. What was his name? Olson, I think. That's such an obvious one. Whenever there's a late night robbery at the office, the cops are like, okay, so who had a motive to kill this? And then they go, oh, look. Hey, thanks so much, Victoria Girl, for that fantastic super sticker, is it? Or whatever it is. That's fantastic, Victoria Girl. 2 lives in a row, Frank is spoiling us. Well, it's the 3rd in a row. We've got to hit the ground running. 2025. Lots to do, lots to cover. Ali Abulaban, coming up soon. If we reach our goal, you want a portion of my soul to put me through that? To put me through listening to that guy? Let's meet our target, guys. Goal at the top of the chat.
Like that idea. I didn't like that idea, and Denise didn't like that idea, but primarily because there would be an investigation if something like that occurred. So another...
Victoria Girl says, late to the party again. Victoria Girl, you know very well that the party never starts with it unless you're here.
Idea. We all used to go out on boats a lot, and Mike had a boat, and another option was that the 4 of us would go out on a boat out into the Gulf.
The 4 of you being who?
Me and Kathy and Denise and Mike. And we'd go out in a boat on the Gulf. And basically, that Kathy and Mike would be pushed overboard, and that Denise and I would find a buoy way offshore that we could hold on to and either let the boat sink or let the boat take off on its own or whatever, and make it look like we had an accident on the water, and that Denise and I had survived the accident.
Obviously, didn't happen.
Correct.
At some point, did the discussion turn to strictly Mike being the one that dies?
I had no desire whatsoever for anything to happen to Kathy. I didn't really emphasize that with Denise because it was not good for me to express affection or, care about what happened to Kathy with Denise. But silently to myself, I was...
Yeah, we were talking last night when we were listening to Kathy's testimony, and when they played... Well, she was on the stand, and we were listening to her recorded phone call with Denise, and some people were asking, oh, why do you think she turned on Denise? And yesterday we were thinking, well, it was just, in the pursuit of justice, they were all friends, but we forget that a portion of this conversation that was going on, this conspiracy between Brian and Denise, was we're going to kill her as well, because that would be a convenient way to also kill Mike and frame it as an accident, right? So once you hear that your so-called friend is plotting that sort of stuff against you, I guess loyalties like not wanting to testify against them on the witness stand in their murder trial kind of go out the window pretty quick, right?
Never going to allow anything to happen to my son's mom.
Yeah, because he's a man of honor, right?
So another scenario that we came up with.
What about Ainsley's dad? I mean, how is that different? Because it's your child. I mean, it's like, oh, I wouldn't want to take a parent away from a child's life. Well, Brian.
Was Mike and I going on a hunting trip together, and there being an accident where both he and I ended up in the water, and he drowned and I did not. Denise liked this idea because I don't know how to word it exactly, but she felt better, I guess, about herself, or we could feel better about ourselves if there was a chance that he could make it out of it. I mean, I think there was even talk about, well, it'll be up to God what happens and not us. It won't be a murder. It'll be, an accident.
It'll be up to God. Yes, God will be the killer. So not only are they setting it all up to murder the husband, it's like they're also framing God as the killer.
It's kind of screwed up thinking, but that was a scenario.
Yeah, you got that right. Screwed up thinking. I think that's the summary of the case, right? Screwed up thinking.
That she could live with, I guess.
Would it be fair to say that having the attention of being a widow?
I really don't think Denise Williams needs much to be able to live with her decisions. She's just, I was thinking about this today when we were talking about looking at Wendy compared to Denise. And what did I say yesterday? I dislike Denise more than Wendy, but I hate Wendy more than Denise, right? Because Denise is just, all she is selfish, and if you remove your empathy for anyone else in the world, then anyone can do what she did. But it takes a special bag of skills to do a Wendy Adelson job, right? Very, very different. Denise is just an awful person. Why was I saying that? I forget. I had something to say. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, even Jodi Arias is like has more redeeming features than Denise Williams. It's Denise is like a real bottom of the barrel of society to me, with nothing to redeem. I mean, it's just an unbelievable, just a selfish criminal.
It was far better in her mind than being a divorcee.
Yes, sir. Better to be a rich widow than a poor divorcee. And her biggest concern with the divorce was she didn't want to share custody of Ansley with Mike. She was not going to have Ansley going back and forth to two different houses. She wasn't going to give that up.
Just imagine that, huh? No, I don't want to share custody. It's just unbelievable.
The drowning scenario. Did you take any further steps to make that happen?
like, what do you mean take any steps to make that happen? Like what happened?
Did you try and do that?
Yes, sir. So there was a limited time that we could make that scenario occur because it had to be during the duck season. There's only certain days that you can actually go hunting on duck season. And it had to be.
Yeah, I remember that rule from the Elmer Fudd cartoons. You had rabbit season and duck season, right?
At a place where, in my opinion, it would have been successful, which kind of ruled out all of the local lakes around Tallahassee, because the lakes around Tallahassee are mostly shallow. Lake Seminole is a lot deeper.
How far is that away? Maybe we should go to the. Let's go to the maps. Let's go to the maps.
Let me ask another question. You talked about the life insurance policies and the $500 lapsing. Did that also factor in the equation?
Yes, sir. There were a lot of things that were kind of pressuring us for this to happen when it did. One was Mike had intended for that policy, the $500,000 policy, to lapse. He was not intending to continue it. And so behind his back, Denise paid one more. I can't remember if it was quarterly or semi-annual premium, but we kept it going one more premium period. And we knew we weren't going to be able to keep it going perpetually, that he would eventually see this money, hey, it's going out of the checking account for that policy that I didn't want anymore. So there was that. He was becoming a couple of things. He was getting angrier and angrier about the fact that she wasn't having sex with him. He and I took a trip in November out to Arkansas together. So we spent 20 hours in the car together, and I heard a lot about how unhappy he was, with Denise, and he was not happy with not having sex. Of course, I didn't want him having sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with him, but so he even talked about moving away. He talked about moving out west. He talked about all kind of things, but he was becoming very unhappy, and he was also becoming suspicious.
Yeah, you see, at least Jody Arias was not withholding sex. I mean, that much is clear, right? Okay, so I'm just checking out this maps here. Can we share this maps? Let's see if we can share this maps. Because after we retrace the steps, retrace the route of Luis Rivera from Miami to Tallahassee, and after we've done Donna's trial, maybe we can take another trip. And how do we just clicking this. See, that doesn't even look that far. How far is that? We've got a scale on this map? Oh, I can't see it. Well, maybe it's an hour drive. But is that the border? Is it in Georgia? Yeah, it's actually in Georgia. Okay. So we need to go. I like this. Look at the name of this place. Chattahoochee. Chattahoochee. That's what we should call our chat on the live streams. Chattahoochee. I've got to get my picture taken next to a sign that says Chattahoochee. Lake Seminole. Fantastic.
He raised his suspicions with me, not about me, but about Denise on that trip to Arkansas, that he thought something was going on with her. He thought she was using drugs. He thought he had seen money disappearing. She'd been taking cash withdrawals out of the ATM, which I knew was for travel for us when we would go out of town. But he kind of thought it might be for drugs or something. I think he even approached Denise's mom about it at some point, asking her about it. But so also their anniversary was coming up in December, and
What was their anniversary date?
the 16th or the 17th, I believe. 16th, I believe it was. And he planned for them to go to Appalachia Cola and stay at the Gibson Inn over there. And I think made it
The Gibson Inn in where? Appalachia Cola.
he planned for them to go to Appalachia Cola and stay at the Gibson.
What the hell? What is Appalachia Cola? Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Woo, that looks nice. Huh. And the next town is called Franklin. Cool. What was it? The Gibson Inn. Let's check out the Gibson Inn. In Appalachia Cola. Ooh. Very nice. That's what you call a big old southern house. Let's get a couple of images up here. Save image. Check it out, the Gibson Inn in Appalachia Cola. Well, we'll obviously have to stay there. And while we're there, I mean, it can't be that far from Pensacola, so we can go and see Mr. Owens from the Sarah Boone. We'll do an exclusive interview. He'll do an interview with True Crime Metrix, surely. I just sense that guy doesn't mind where it's coming from, as long as he's getting some good attention. Mr. Owens, we're coming to see you.
In over there, and I think made it pretty clear that he was ready. You know, Denise didn't have sex with him while she was pregnant and after Ainsley was born. You know, to my knowledge, at all, unless she lied to me about it, which she could have. But, you know, based on what Mike said, he kind of confirmed that. And we checked up on each other a lot. Denise would check up to see if I was having sex with Kathy, and I would check up on her to see if she was having sex with Mike, because we considered ourselves a couple together. Anyway, so I think Mike made it pretty clear that this anniversary trip, it was going to be expected that this was, you know, going to be their starting over date, that it had been long enough since Ainsley had been born that it was time for them to start having sex again. I think he was kind of putting some pressure on Denise about that, and she did not want to go on that trip, did not want that trip to happen.
So was a plan made? Y'all take steps to kill Mike?
Yes, sir. So, you know, we decided that was the plan that we were going to go with.
Well, let me ask you a question. You earlier talked about time of the essence because of duck season. Why is it important for the duck season aspect of this?
Well, because that was the plan, was he and I to be on a duck hunting trip together and to go to Lake Seminole. So duck season only lasted from Thanksgiving until the end of January. It may have even been shorter back in those days, but there was a short time frame that the season was in. And then within that season, you know, we couldn't necessarily go every single day. You had to, in some places, you can only hunt on Wednesdays and on the weekends, Saturday, Sundays. So we knew our window of opportunity was closing, basically. So it was decided that that was the plan we were going to go with. And there were several things involved. Denise really didn't have to do a whole lot other than come up with an alibi for herself, and make sure that Mike went. I had to do, more, obviously. But it was decided that Mike and I would go on this trip. I had to, I wanted to make sure he was going to show up. So, there was a week prior that this was planned, and then that it didn't occur before the actual time that it did occur.
Let's talk about that. The week prior it was supposed to occur?
Yes, sir. So a week prior, we had it set up that this was going to be the date that the trip was going to occur. So Mike and I planned to go, on the trip. And then late the night before, I believe it was before midnight, and I believe Mike was at his office, and he called me and he said, I can't go. Denise has called me. She doesn't want me to go on the trip. And I was very surprised, shocked, kind of. And I was like, okay. And because we had, made all this plans for this to happen. And so I can't remember when I called Denise. I think I called her immediately after I hung up with Mike, just to see, what is going on. I mean, because this isn't something you need to be wishy-washy about. And I can't remember if I talked to her that night or if it was the next day, but we talked very shortly afterward. And basically it was just a cold feet kind of thing. And she, got cold feet at the last minute. So
At that point, were the plans off? What was going to happen?
It wasn't that the plan was off, but we talked about it, and we had several, more conversations that, look, this is either we're going to go forward with this or we're not. I mean, we're either going to be together or we're not. Like I said, the policy is ending. You got that anniversary trip coming up next weekend. Duck season is going to be ending soon. Do you want this to happen or not? I don't want to set these plans up if this isn't something, this isn't something you need to be wishy-washy about, I guess, basically. So at some point during the next week, it was decided again that, yes, this was what we were going to do.
Right there, you're talking about, you're telling her, can't be wishy-washy, times are ending, we have a certain time frame, we have to do this. And then it almost sounds like you were pressuring her to that. Would that?
Pressuring her. I don't think it was pressuring her as much as stating the facts of this is the reality of the situation. If you want this to happen, this is the best time for it to happen.
Were all of those issues things that you...
I was not happy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was not happy about the fact that we had made these plans and I had committed that this was what was going to happen, and then at the last second she backed out. I didn't understand that, and wasn't real happy about that, but...
Were all those issues that you just talked about things that you previously discussed with her?
Yes.
The time frames and everything like that?
Right.
So you call her up and you tell her all these things, this not be wishy-washy. Were there other communications where she was talking to you about putting the plans back in place? Right,
yeah, well, we met up eventually and probably met up several times that week. At that point, we were meeting, a lot. And so we met. I'm sorry?
When you're talking about met up, like going out to eat, or what are you talking about?
No, the same as we always did, meeting during the workday.
Yeah.
Primarily.
Same as we always did in the drainage ditch at the back of the church. You know, kind of people that definitely keep baby wipes in the car, right? A full stack. Open the glove box full of baby wipes. Yeah. Hey, if you're liking the video tonight, guys, please do remember to leave a like on the video and help us reach our goal to get Ali Abulaban coverage on the Metrix channel. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But if we've got another 7 super chats, send us a super chat. We'll read out your super chat on air, and we'll meet our target, and we'll get that Ali Abulaban footage to you. Personally, I'm looking forward to getting through it, but I just know it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough for us to listen to that guy. I've already listened to him all the way through, and now I've got to listen to him again and comment. I don't know where that's going to take us, that journey, but we can all find out together with another 7 super chats on True Crime Metrix.
Early during lunches, that sort of thing. So we...
You're talking about sexual relations.
Well, we didn't always had sex every time, but during that week, a primary reason we were meeting was to discuss what are we going to do here. You know, what...
Nola Vine, good to see you.
And
Keith, welcome back, Keith.
Happen here. So we met up during that week and talked about it, and came to the conclusion again. And I remember where it was. It was at Roden Cove, at the boat ramp at Roden Cove.
Where's that?
Rodent Cove? Meet me at the drainage ditch in Rodent Cove. Bring some baby wipes.
On Lake Jackson off of Meridian Road, at the end of Roden.
Oh my God, Victoria, again? Thanks so much, Victoria.
Cove Road.
Or Victoria girl.
But we decided that this is what we were going to do. We're not going to back out at the last minute, and in a sick sort of way, you know, it was kind of like, you know, well, if God wants this to happen, this is what's going to happen, because the plan again was that it was going to be an accident, and, you know, there would be a chance that he could get out of it.
You say you met up. Why meet up rather than phone calls or something like that? Any particular reason?
Well, that's not necessarily something you really want to talk about on the phone. We weren't really that concerned or paranoid about that sort of thing at that point. But we just met up routinely because we wanted to meet each other, because we wanted to see each other and be together.
All right, so then at that time you meet up at the Cove and make a decision.
Yes, sir.
So what's supposed to happen?
So it's the same plan. It's same night, just a week later.
We're at the halfway point, guys. Halfway to our goal of super chats for the Ali Abulaban sponsored footage. Thank you, Udi. How is Soap? She's good. She's good. She's here. She's sleeping. She's been to the beach. She's had her run and swim. And, you know, she's having a great time. Great time. Listening to the Denise Williams, Brian Winchester case.
From what I remember about that night before, Mike had volunteered to ring the bell for the Salvation Army at like a Walmart. And Kathy and I had planned.
He volunteered to ring the bell for the Salvation Army at the Walmart. You know. Oh, you know, he's just a good man, isn't he? You know, like, I've never heard such a clean man.
And on going out to a concert.
Oh, Mary's never heard of this Ali Abulaban case. It's the TikTok killer who, he was a TikTok star, and he murdered his, well, they were still married, but estranged wife, you know. Basically, this TikTok star kept recording their arguments and the horrible abuse he was putting his wife through, and then recorded himself murdering her. It was an audio recording, and this guy that she was seeing, after the dissolution of the relationship, and then just went into the courtroom and gave the narcissistic, the new standard in narcissism is Ali Abulaban. It's ridiculous. The trial, which just happened recently, is intense, and it's horrific. Just in terms of his behavior, without even going to the story of his crimes, but just in his attitude and his vibe. Both the prosecutor and the defense, it's both women attorneys, they're also very good. So there's a real interesting direct examination of him, and there's a brutal cross-examination of him, which we're looking forward to covering. And the reason I've put up this goal is because it's going to be traumatic for me to go through, and I've been avoiding it. But if there's enough demand, if everyone wants to see the Ali Abulaban footage on the Metrix channel, we're going to listen to you, and you can have a voice by giving us a super chat. We're halfway there. We've got 5 out of 10. We need another 5. I think we can do it in tonight's stream. I think we can get there. So that's the state of affairs with that.
Floyd's, and I wanted us all to go out, as I remember it, but that didn't end up happening for whatever reason. I don't know if they couldn't get a babysitter or why they didn't end up going out with us, but Kathy and I did end up going out to that concert. Part of the plan was that I wanted Kathy to basically be as drunk as possible the night before, because I wanted her to sleep late the next morning.
Just think about what he's said there. They've gone out to a concert so the night before he's planning to take Mike on the duck hunting mission to kill him. He's taken his wife, his actual wife, who he's been cheating on, he's taking her out to a concert and getting her really drunk, not quietly, but by having a good time. Hey, let's have another drink, this kind of stuff, right? But just the level of deceit within that, they're having a good time, and his goal is to get her as drunk as possible so that she will sleep in, so that she won't be, her mind won't be turned on to notice details that might indicate something is going on. She's going to be zombified the next day, basically, right? That's the intent behind it. And just something about the level of, hey, the arrangement that you have to make to go to a concert, to have a good time, to take your wife, but just all set up for that purpose, right? That is dark. Hey, thanks so much, C. Malone, for the super chat. Ali all the way, Z. Yeah, well, I think we're going to get there. Oh, Amy put another $20 in. Calm down, Amy. That is so much appreciated. Ali Abulaban is coming. Thank you so much, Amy, and thank you so much, C. Malone.
My alibi. The plan was that all of this would occur very early in the morning, and I would have time enough to get back and meet my father-in-law up near I-10 and Thomasville Road to actually go on a hunting trip with him. So that was going to be my cover, going to be my alibi. Her alibi was going to be that she was at home with Ansley, and the plan was, when Mike didn't come back home, that eventually she was going to start calling her sisters and her dad from her house phone so that she could establish that she was at the house, prove that she was at the house with Ansley.
Okay. So what was the plan to make this happen? What happened?
So Kathy and I went out and went to the concert, got home late. She did have a lot to drink. There was discussion between me and Denise, and I can't remember if I actually did this or not, or if I did it the week prior, or I just really can't remember. But I remember Denise and I talking about there was some medication. There was some medication that Kathy had, and we talked about giving her a little bit of that medication that would cause her to sleep really heavy.
Yeah, we're gonna drug my wife. We're gonna kill your husband and drug my wife. I mean, you know. Oh, God. I'm so glad that I've never had a conversation like that, you know? Or am I too green? You know?
And make sure that she slept really good through all of it, because I didn't want her to wake up and realize how early. I didn't want her to know how early I was leaving the next morning. So the plan with Mike was that I would meet him at a gas station on Thomasville Road up near the overpass. Well,
Thomasville!
The overpass I don't think was there at that point, but meet him up at a gas station up near the McDonald's up there. And I met him there. I had told him that we were going to go to a secret special spot to go hunting, and that he needed to bring his waders. I had to make sure that he brought his waders, because the belief was there was kind of like there still is probably like a duck hunter's myth that if you fall overboard with your waders, you're going to sink really quick and drown. So I had to make sure that he brought his waders. And so I told him about this, great spot that we were going to go, and he needed to bring his waders. So I met him.
Yeah, he's telling him about this great spot. He's painting the picture. He's saying, hey, I've got this great spot, the secret duck spot. You're going to love it. Bring your waders, Mike.
At the gas station, and I told him when he drove up, I was real paranoid about phones and him calling me and there being a record of him calling me. So I told him that my battery was dead on my phone, that there was no reason for him to call me as we were driving.
3 more super chats to get to the Ali Abulabon coverage, guys. The goal, the target, the goal. I think we can do it. We're definitely going to do it. Easy. We've got another chunk of this video, and then there's a part 2, and then we're maybe going to have a look at the sentencing. Or yeah, there's a few elements to this trial. I haven't been through the whole thing. Does anyone know if Investigator Devaney, what did he say last night? What did he say? I know what he said, but what did he say just before the good thing that he said? It was, we've got a pretty good idea what all happened back then. You need to know that. I've been saying that to myself all day, okay? I love that so much. Does anyone know if he testified in this trial? Has anyone watched the whole trial? If we can find him, I guess we can just do a search for that. But sometimes with these older trials, you just get the long videos, and they don't label them. I think I'm going to start downloading some of these and then separating them into, titling them with the names of the witness and do some nice thing, because sometimes they're really hard to navigate. But if someone like Metrix puts in the hours, for the good of the entire true crime community, but not just my content, everybody's content, I think it's worth doing. I think it's definitely worth doing. Where are we going to start with that? I think I'm going to start with Katie McBanower 2, because there's some great coverage on there, but no one's taken the time to break it down. It is my mission, my promise, to break it down into individual videos. I'm going to do it just for myself. I love it. Hey, what's this? Amy! Oh my God, Amy. You're too kind, Amy. Another super chat from Amy and another super chat from Victoria Girl. We are stomping into the realm of Ali Abulaban. Oh, I guess we're going to have to do it tomorrow. I guess we're going to have to... Yep, it's coming. Ali Abulaban, we're coming for you, baby.
Because normally we would have called and talked to each other on the phone or even ridden together. I don't even remember how or why I told him that I needed to use my vehicle instead of just going in his, but somehow I came up with some reason to do that.
Stop you right there real quick. You said that you called him and tried to get him to make sure he was going to get the waiters. When did you call him and talked about that?
I don't remember specifically. We talked several times. You know, Mike and I talked every day ourselves. So, you know, we talked about hunting all the time. And we talked about this trip several times prior to it happening.
Okay.
So I followed him over to the lake. He had his boat behind his Bronco, and I followed him in my white Suburban.
What lake?
Lake Seminole, which is about 50.
So in this story, we've got a Bronco, a Suburban, a GMC. What was Denise's car? That was also a Suburban, wasn't it? Okay, we know we're in the South.
50 minutes away. And I had told him what landing we needed to go to. And so we pulled into the landing and launched the boat. And I said something. I had to make sure that he had the waiters on, so I said something about we're running low on time, or you know, we're going to be really pushed. And
why was it so important for the waiters to be on?
Because I believed, and we believed, that if you fell overboard with the waiters on, that you would sink pretty quickly. So I told him something like, we're running late, we need to go ahead and put our waiters on, here and now, before we get in and go. And so we both did that. And because I knew...
Running late for what? The ducks? What is it that you were running late for at 6 a.m. at Lake Seminole when you're going duck hunting? What is the excuse? I'd love to know, because Mike was really cautious about this. He never put his waders on while he was in the boat, because if you fall off the boat, it's dangerous, because if the waders fill up with water, you can drown, right? And Mike was very cautious. So that must have been, it's an important part to sell, right? And Brian would have known that Mike was cautious. I just wonder, I would love to know a little bit more details. What was the rush? What did you say to super cautious Mike? Hey, listen, we're in a rush. We're running late. The ducks, they're leaving. What does that mean?
Where we were going hunting, I was in the back of the boat driving, and he was...
Yeah, I Christina, he was meeting his father-in-law alibi, but he can't tell that to the victim. We're running late because as soon as I murder you, I need to get back to my alibi. How did he sell it to Mike?
In the front.
What kind of boat? What kind of boat are we talking about? We're talking about like a large airboat, or what are we talking about?
It was what's called a canoe. It's basically a canoe.
Okay. Amy, I always feel a little guilty when you put multiple super chats. Okay, but thank you so much. Look, you've even got a little icon. It says, let's celebrate Amy's 5th super on a live stream. Well, I'll celebrate all night long, Amy. Thank you so much. And we have reached our goal and target. And that means that tomorrow we are definitely 100% covering the Ali Abulaban case, the TikTok murderer who has created a brand new section of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Conditions under narcissism. There is now a big picture of Ali. That's what we're doing tomorrow. Thank you, Amy, and everyone else. Udi, Victoria Girl, C. Malone, and there was another one. I'm just trying to remember who. Sorry. Who has helped us reach our goal.
That has a flat back that you can put a small motor on the back of it.
I'm familiar with canoes. Canoes can be a little tipsy.
This boat,
the same way?
This boat was, yes, basically like a canoe, so pretty tippy.
Okay. So you put the boat in the water and you're heading out and you're driving?
Yes, sir. I was driving, and I know I was very concerned about the time. Everything had taken longer than what I...
Okay, so this is why Amy wants it covered so much. She says that the Ali Abulaban case is a little personal to me. He's just like my ex-sociopath ex. Yeah, well, I think it's very triggering for a lot of people, right? Even if you've not been in the extreme version of what we're going to witness, there's something familiar about it to many, I think. You know, it's horrible to look at.
Had anticipated, and I had to be back in town early enough in time to meet my father-in-law for my alibi trip to occur. And so we headed out, and there was a deep...
Yeah, Brian planted the hat, the waders, and Mike's duck hunting license. But the thing is that I don't think they were found for quite a bit of time afterwards. I think months, right? And if you've got these items that have been in Lake Seminole for a significant amount of time, they're going to have water damage, decay, you know, pond weed, green algae stuff. There was nothing. They were like brand new. So the cops were like, these are planted. Oh, so funny.
Deep area, maybe a couple 100 yards from the landing that we put in at. And we got to that area that I knew was a deep area. And I don't remember exactly how I got him to stand up, but I don't know if I pretended something was wrong with the motor or the weight in the boat was off or something, but I basically stopped the boat and got him to stand up, and when he did, I pushed him into the water.
What happened next?
Yeah, that's right, Lenny. The waders were taken off by Mike. And I guess Brian left them in there, right? Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Lenny.
So he was in the water, and he was like struggling, and the motor of the boat was still running, and I...
Oh, right, Maria Gabriel. In this case, the level of betrayal on all levels is mind-boggling. Absolutely, right? I mean, does it get any more treacherous than this? Just how do you remove your sense of what is just? The betrayal of trust. Not only you're fucking his wife, You're trying to murder him. You're drugging your own wife, setting up this scenario, giving him life insurance, saying, yeah, you need the $1 million policy, but you better not cancel the $500,000 policy. If you have both, then you have a $1.5 million policy combined. And that's the right coverage for you. Maybe we can do another one, a $2 million policy, yeah? Yeah. Sign here.
Pulled off just a little bit to get kind of away from him so that he couldn't reach back into the boat. And I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know if he was trying to swim or I didn't know what was going on, but what I came to find out or eventually realized was he was taking the waders and the jacket off. And he got those off, and I think I forgot to tell you about this part before, but I remember now that area of the lake had a lot of snags, a lot of dead trees that come up out of the water, and there's a lot of stumps that come up out of the water. And he swam over to one of those stumps.
Oh man, this part's brutal. And I don't feel sorry for Brian, but you can just imagine, right? It's been bad enough so far, just talking about the plot, the plan, the conspiracy and everything. But now he's getting to the moment where he's really visualizing the moment that Mike saw what was going on, right? And just let's look at this closely.
Tell you about this part before, but I remember now that area of the lake had a lot of snags, a lot of dead trees that come up out of the water, and there's a lot of stumps that come up out of the water. And he swam over to one of those stumps and held on to it. And he was panicking, and I was panicking, and none of this was like going how I thought it was going to go. And I didn't know what to do. But
yeah, none of it was going how he thought it was going to go. This guy, this fucking Brian guy, right? He thought, this is what he thought. He thought he'd take Mike out onto Lake Seminole, make sure he put his waders on, and push him in, right? And that his waders would fill up with water, and Mike would drown. But what Mike did was just take off the waders, which isn't that difficult. They're just two straps on your shoulder, I'm guessing, right? There's two straps on your shoulder, and then there's these big rubber pants. All you have to do is unstrap the shoulders, right? If you're fighting for your life and the other option is drowning, you're going to manage to do that. You know what he should have done? Is hit him over the head. If he was unconscious and went into the lake with waders on, that would work, right? He could have saved it. How did he not think of that? And you could say, well, if the autopsy, if there was an autopsy and they looked and they saw he was hit on the head, but who's to say that? I mean, the story would be that Mike went on his own, right? Out on the boat, and you know how it is on a boat. You could slip and hit your head pretty bad on the side of the boat. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's an indication that there was foul play. That it could quite easily be an accident. That would have been better, Brian, okay? Should have done a practice run.
He started to yell. And I didn't know how to get out of that situation. And so I had my gun in the boat. And so I loaded my gun, and I made 1 or 2 circles around.
Oh, imagine that. He's just sitting in the boat thinking what to do, panicking, stressed, looking around to see if anyone's around. You know, it's just like, and now he's just loading his gun, making circles around Mike, who's clinging to a stump in Lake Seminole. I mean, what a cinematic, terrifying situation. That'd be a really, like, intense part of the film, right?
And I ended up circling closer towards him. And he was in the water. And as I passed by, I shot him.
Where did you shoot him?
In the head.
What happened next?
And is it a shotgun? Is it a shotgun? Has that been said? Or could you use something else for duck hunting? I guess it would be a shotgun, right? But with bird shot. So not like buckshot. So, I mean, it's still going to blow his face off, right?
So when I shot him, it was dark, and there was a bright flash when that happened, and I didn't want to see what happened, so like I closed my eyes when the instant of that flash happened, and the boat was moving as this happened, and so I turned back around and came back to where he was, and
yeah, you got to think quick in that situation, right? Because if he's got to get the body before it sinks. If it sinks and it's got his face blown off, then that's going to be found, right? You got to get that body before it goes down, man.
got to the...
I wonder how long that would take. If you've been shot in the head, would you float even for a moment, or would you go straight down? I guess you'd go pretty quickly down, right?
stump.
Unless he had a... Well, he didn't have a life jacket on, of course.
And I knew I couldn't leave him there being shot. So I was going to have to do something to cover this up.
Oh, birdshot? I know nothing about hunting or ammunition or whatever. So you think getting shot in the face with birdshot would not kill him? Really? Is it that light? That surprises me.
And I reached down, and he wasn't far under the water, but like my whole arm got wet. And I remember wondering, like, how am I going to explain that my arm is soaking wet? And I was afraid I was going to have to jump into the water. But I reached down, and I grabbed a hold of him, and I was closer because of where I had driven the boat. I was closer to another landing, just a little dirt landing that was further down.
Dude, if you're worried about how you're going to explain that your arm is soaking wet, you've got bigger things to deal with. You can explain away a wet arm easy. You could, like, I don't know, go to the car wash or just dry your arm. You know, wring it out and put the blower on in the truck.
Down the shoreline, and so I decided to motor the boat and pull him over to that landing over there. So I dragged him in the water, over to that.
Something funny about that, isn't it? I mean, a soaking wet body is hard to get into a canoe, even with the adrenaline of the situation, right? A soaking wet body, to pull it over the with dead weight as well, where it's maybe that could be impossible. I don't think I could do that. But so now he's in the canoe. he's got one wet arm in the water holding onto Mike's body. He's got his other arm on the outboard motor, just, going along. So he's now totally occupied with his arms, and there's just this, he's sort of going along, dragging the body. I mean, that is just insane. I mean, nothing spells underprepared like dragging Mike's body with one wet arm and doing your other arm on the motor. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's
dirt ramp, and left the boat, left him, ran back down to where our trucks were parked, got my truck, came back to where he was, backed my truck to the edge of the water, and let the tailgate down, and ended up putting him in the back of my Suburban, and I pushed the boat back out into the water to make it look like, his boat was out there and he had drowned or disappeared or what. I didn't give a lot of thought as to what was going to happen after that. I was just panicked.
Well, Amy says, what does he mean? Wouldn't the gators eat him? Well, that you're going to leave it up to chance. I'd want to prearrange an alligator to come in and be real hungry. I'd want to set up that appointment. I wouldn't want to just say, well, maybe an alligator will come along. And I wouldn't even want to be like near the alligator. Maybe if you shot Mike and there were 30 alligators in the water, but that's the whole thing about the story, is because it's the alligator story. The alligator excuse doesn't work because they don't eat in winter. We're right in is it December when this went down? So the water's cold, and the alligators don't eat, especially a huge meal like a human being, a human body, because they need to conserve their energy in the colder months. So that was the excuse that was seemingly accepted by law enforcement and the courts, and that the mother, Cheryl, was saying no, that doesn't make any sense because alligators don't eat in winter.
As to getting out of that.
So basically he's got to get rid of the body, especially that it's got the evidence of it being shot. I think the best thing he could have done is just do the original plan, but make him unconscious and then put him in the water with the waders. If he's not going to take off the waders, that's going to take him down and keep him down long enough that he'll be drowned. And yes, the body will float up. Well, no one knew Mike was going to Lake Seminole apart from Brian, right? If Brian gets back to his alibi, he doesn't have to say that he's been with Mike. The story would have been, Mike must have gotten up early in the morning and just had a hankering for some duck hunting and just, gone off without telling anyone. So it would have taken time for people to notice he's gone and report him missing. Then they would have need to search for where he went. And don't forget, this is in 2000, so there would have been a lot less things available in terms of cell phone tracking, even traffic cameras, all the stuff that you might find out where someone went really easy in 2025, not so much 25 years ago, right? So it could have taken the cops quite a while to even realize. They might have never even establish that he went to Lake Seminole. They might have simply had to wait long enough for the body to eventually float up to the surface, go ashore, and by that time it's quite possible that it could have decayed so much that there wouldn't be, you know, an autopsy wouldn't even reveal that he had been hit in the head and knocked out, you know, with the butt of a shotgun or whatever it was. I mean, that would have been the best plan. He almost had it, but you can't leave the body in there with a shotgun blast to the head, because even if it goes months and months and months and the body washes up, that's going to have evidence, and then it's going to be foul play, and there's going to be a major investigation, right? The plan's fucked with Mike staying in the water. So he's got to get that body out of there. He's got to get that body out of here. But he has no backup plan, you know? Now he remains in this ridiculous I mean, it's amazing that he pulled off what he's about to tell us. It is amazing that as terrible as the plan is, I mean, what a morning this guy's about to have.
Area and covering this up. So I realized it was probably getting too late at this point to meet up with my father-in-law, but I was still going to try. And I sped.
Winchester, let me stop you for a moment. You said that you were able to you loaded him into your Suburban.
Yes, sir.
How big was Mike?
He was a little bit bigger than me. He was a little heavier than me. We were pretty close in size, but he was a little bit bigger than me.
How much do you weigh?
Back then, probably 170, something like that.
How were you able to get a man that's 175 pounds dead weight into the back of your Suburban by yourself?
It was not easy. It was not pretty.
Yeah, totally unceremonious, right? I mean, you'd just be like throwing up the body, cramming his neck and head in, smashing it in, just totally like, yeah, not pretty, man. No, what is the word? What is the word? Grace about it. No grace about it. Not a graceful action at all.
But I had to make it happen. I mean, I had no choice. And I can't even explain like how your body feels in that kind of a situation. I don't unless somebody's been to war or something. I don't even know how to explain. But like you have so much adrenaline pumping through your body, it's just crazy. But you know, it wasn't pretty, and I made a purposeful decision to never view him, to look at him. But I backed the truck down, and there was an angle to the ramp, so the back of my truck was angled down toward the water, and I backed it all the way down to the edge of the water, so there was no distance involved. But yes, he was very heavy, and it was not easy to do that, but I had no choice.
You said you were concerned about meeting up with your father-in-law at that point. What happened next?
I sped back toward Tallahassee, and as I was driving there, I was realizing I'm not going to make it in time. I didn't want to call him because I didn't want to turn my phone on. I didn't want there to be any record.
What's that, JC Writer? Thank you so much, JC Writer. I would read out your message, but apparently Riding Shotgun deleted it. What? Why? What was it? Riding Shotgun, what are you doing?
Of where my phone was at. So I left my phone off. And by the time I got back to Tallahassee, you know, I looked through the parking lot. We were going to meet at Carriage Gate parking lot. I looked through the parking lot, didn't see his vehicle there. And I decided the best thing for me to do was to go back to my house and pretend that I had overslept. And then I could also make a phone call from my house to my father-in-law, which would kind of prove that I overslept and I was at my house. And I wanted there to be a record of that.
And all this is with Mike and
Yeah, I definitely wanted a record of that. I definitely wanted a record of me making a phone call from my house, from my landline, you know. So just imagine that. He's just been through all of this. How many minutes do you think this took? From the point he said to Mike, "Hey, Mike, we're running late. Put on your waders, quick. Get in the boat." Then they go out into the deeper water. Okay, that's a few minutes. He's pushed him in. Mike's taken off the waders, swam to a stump. They're both panicking. Brian's thinking, shit, what am I going to do now? Mike's realizing what's going on. You've been fucking my wife and now you're trying to kill me. Horrible. Horror. Like horrific. Then Brian's circled around him, shot him in the face, grabbed him with one big wet arm, dragged his body behind the boat to the shore, which I imagine he would have done slowly because the drag of a body, if you're going fast, that increases how heavy it is, right? Slower you go, easier it is to drag. And he doesn't want to lose it. So that's taking time. Then he's run up to the truck, backed it down to the water, struggled and forced himself and just summoned the strength to haul Mike's soaking wet, dead weight body into the back of the pickup, jumped in the driver's cab, and now he's thinking, right, I got to get back to my house and make a record from my landline. And quickly, before my wife wakes up, even though I drugged her and got her drunk last night at a nice concert that we went to on a date that was all a ruse. It's a good chunk of time, isn't it? It's not. Could you do all that in 30 minutes? It's got to be an hour at least, and he's not done yet.
Yes, sir. I actually, when I was driving on Thomasville Road,
Okay. JC's vote was for the JC's vote was for the Ali Abulaban case. Yeah, we're covering that tomorrow. We met our goal. We met our target. Thanks, guys. The audience has spoken, and that's what we're doing tomorrow. Okay, and Riding Shotgun deleted your comment by mistake. Cool.
I actually came up to a stoplight, and there was a state trooper across from me, and I can remember just being freaked out about it. But I mean, I didn't have any choice, so that's what I decided to do. So I drove home, pulled up into my driveway, and was really, really hoping that Kathy was still asleep. I went into the house as quietly as I could. She was still asleep. I crawled back into the bed and had a phone there on the floor. I can remember dialing my father-in-law and telling him, apologizing, I'm so sorry, I overslept. And I didn't want to wake Kathy up, obviously, because I had what was in the driveway, but I wanted her to know I was there. So I can't remember what I said to her, but I think I halfway woke her up and said, "I'm."
A little while ago, Udi made a comment to say, I'm paraphrasing, but the one thing he wonders is how much Brian's wife Kathy knew about this situation, and I think nothing. I've never seen any indication that she was even remotely involved, and the part of the original kind of brainstorming for ideas included killing her. So nothing, I think, and yeah, just someone who's been drugged, that's all.
I'm going to go out with the dogs or train dogs. I trained dogs at the time and was gone for hours at a time. from the house doing stuff like that. But I don't remember exactly what I told her, but I wanted her to, I wanted her to know that I was there, to confirm that I was there.
If you train dogs, you know that dogs know things that people don't, you know. If you've got something on your conscience, a dog knows that, right? I bet he had a completely different relationship with dogs after this. If it were me, I'd always be wondering, does that dog know what I did? Is that dog gonna turn me in?
But not wake up and start asking me any questions about what happened, why'd you ever sleep, you know, anything like that. So I did that, and then I went back out to the driveway to leave. When I went out to the driveway, my driveway was angled, and I was walking behind my truck, and I saw out of the back tailgate, blood was coming out of the back of my tailgate and dripping onto the driveway.
Oh my God. I mean, again, with this is like the director of photography for the movie version. Yeah. When he comes out of the house, we want a close-up of the tailgate of his Chevy Suburban, and just at the bottom we see blood dripping onto the driveway, right? That is such a that is so, you know, it's almost too cinematic to be real. It's fantastic. And if it's dripping out of your tailgate, that means that surely means that the trunk, the bed, or whatever it is of the truck is full of blood and lake water and blood mixed, right?
And that freaked me out, so I rinsed that off. And
yeah, JC Ryder says that she is unfamiliar with Discord. That's okay. That's okay, because we all were. I'd never used it before, and yeah, there's a bunch of us in there, and yeah, it's actually not that intimidating, but it is fun, and there's lots of stuff going on in there all day, every day. Basically, we all live in Discord. There's a link in the description for the video. Riding Shotguns just put one there in the chat. It's free, it's awesome, it's exclusive, it's private, it's safe, and it's drama free. So it's a fantastic place to be. Plus, we have updates about stuff we're doing on True Crime Metrix, but it's also just a place for the social community of True Crime Metrix to hang out. There's a bunch of different stuff we share about crimes and not crimes. There's a few different sections of you know, categories of, just check it out. It's just a chat. It's like a really, really nice chat room, basically. But the important thing is that's where we all are when we're not on a Metrix Live. So it's fantastic. Welcome, Jane's World, and welcome everybody else in the chat. Remember, guys, please do leave a like on the video. Subscribe, share, leave a comment. Buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com and send me a super chat, and I'll do my best to read it out on air. What else can you do for us? What are we doing for you? Oh yeah, this.
Was trying to figure out, I'd been thinking on the way from Lake Seminole back to Tallahassee, what was I going to do with him? And I don't know when I decided, but you know, ultimately I decided it had to be close and it had to be quick, and it had to be obviously a location that, you know.
That's vague, Brian. You need to develop the plan a little further than that. You've been driving for an hour, and all you've come up with is it has to be close and quick. I think that's going to be a T-shirt. I think Victoria Girl's going to love that one. Where's she gone? She's on her work Zoom call. I think that's so cool that Victoria Girl comes into the show, does this here with us, then stops, then goes into a work Zoom call, acts like a professional, then comes back here. Victoria Girl, we've got a brand new slogan for you. What was it? It has to be close and it has to be quick.
He wouldn't be found. And I decided, on an isolated dirt road boat ramp down at Carr Lake. But I had no tools, and at that point Carr Lake was very low. Parts of it were dry.
What is it? Carr Lake.
No tools, and at that point Carr Lake was very low.
How would you spell that? Carr Lake. Let's go to the maps. Let's go to the maps. I want to know how far that is away from Tallahassee. Carr Lake. Tallahassee. There is no Carr Lake in Tallahassee. It's just CAR, yeah? Okay. Well, we'll get it another time.
Parts of it were dry, and like the other lakes, there were areas in the lake that had puddles of water or mud. And my thinking was, if I got him there, I could take him out to one of those water holes or mud holes and put him in one of those, and that would be a safe place that he wouldn't.
Wow, that is amazing. Because obviously if you dump a body in the water, in deep water, even if you weigh it down with rocks, you know, you'd have to do a really good wrapping job with chains and weights and everything to make sure that body doesn't come to the surface, because as it decomposes, the gases and everything that's in the body, I think what's common is that they inflate, right? They sort of do a chemical reaction post-mortem, and you know, they bloat up and then they float up. They bloat up, they float up. But if you're lucky enough to have a lake that's quite dry up, but there's these patches of wet, like where it might be easier to dig, and if you can get the body in there, bury it in one of those patches, by the time the lake rises again, it's going to be set in the earth, right? That is actually a really clever place to stash a body. We'll have to make a mental note.
Be found, but I had nothing to do this with, so I had to go to a store, and I'm 90% sure the store that I ended up at was Walmart. And I bought a shovel, I bought a tarp, and
again, can you stop selling people shovels and tarps? At least not at the same time. And bleach. I mean, what is this? It should just be called Murder Mart. Wall, just clean up crime. If you're a single man running into Walmart, going to the tarp aisle, and then going to the shovel aisle, arrest him.
I bought weights, like weights that you...
Yeah, I bought weights. I went to the Walmart, I bought bleach, weights, tarp, shovel. What do you say to the cashier? Yeah, doing some yard work, and then we're going to do a little bit of training.
You lift weights with, because I was thinking that I would use the weights to weigh his body down in the water or a mud hole or whatever. While I was in that store, I actually ran into a friend of ours.
He ran into a friend. Oh, did the friend say, invite him and Mike to something together. That would be good. Just as he's standing there waiting at the cash register with the shovel, a tarp, a set of weights, bleach.
Mike Phillips. And
Mike Phillips. It's Mike Phillips because in Denise's interrogation, the first thing she says is, "I know Mike Phillips really well. Does he work? Is he here? So he must be a cop, right?" So not only is he a mutual friend of Brian and Mike, but he's also probably, possibly, potentially law enforcement as well. And he bumped into you in Walmart while you've got Mike's body dripping blood out the back of your Suburban, and you're standing at the fucking cash register with a tarp, a shovel, weights, and bleach. He hasn't said bleach, has he? But he better get some bleach. Unbelievable. You know, just you imagine he's just white with just... He's tasked with this mission. He has no option. There's no time for, you know, deep consideration. He has a time limit. If he fucks the time limit, he fucks the mission. Right? Super, super stressful. Is there any worse time to bump into Mike Phillips?
I actually totally forgot about running into him or having a conversation with him until I ran into him later during the search for Mike Williams at the lake. And he said, "Yeah, I remember seeing you that day. You were in a panic. You were in a hurry." And he was thinking I was in a hurry to go search for Mike. But I was actually in a hurry because I was trying to bury Mike.
Wow. How crazy, huh? So he ran into him again at the search at Lake Seminole. Mike Phillips said, "I remember seeing you that day. You were wired, you were in a panic." But of course Mike hadn't even been reported missing yet. You know, now I'm thinking that Mike Phillips probably put those pieces together at some point and said to law enforcement, "What time was Mike reported missing?" You know, if Mike Phillips was in Walmart, he probably had a receipt or a card, a charge on his card that he could refer to and say, "Aha. So I can verify that I ran into Brian Winchester in that Walmart when I got this receipt at 8:30 a.m. or whatever it was." And fair enough, while they're at the search, maybe Mike Phillips hasn't established what time. But as they can't, as they're, you know, at the search, they're expecting to find the body. There's all the cases of someone going into the water in Lake Seminole. No one has not been found. They've always found something, right? So he would have put those pieces together at some point. That was probably a major clue in the investigation that had Brian in the spotlight, right? This is my first time realizing that, but yeah. I think I'm going to have to go through the whole trial and just see what else there is, because we keep picking up on things that I've never seen before. That's why I like going through it with you guys, because when we talk about it, I don't know, just stuff more comes up, you know?
But anyways, I bought those things at the Walmart and drove to Car Lake down to the end of the road, turned my truck around backwards, backed down to the landing. And, you know, my thinking was I was going to drag him way out into the lake. And so I got the tarp and put it on the ground behind my truck, pulled Mike out, put him on that tarp, kind of wrapped him up. And as I pulled him, instantly I knew there was no way I was going to be able to move him any distance at all. That he was just too heavy, and that wasn't going to happen.
Well, maybe you should cut him into pieces like all these other fucking psychos. I don't know about that, man. I mean, if you put Mike's body on the tarp, surely you could drag it some distance. I mean, he's not like a 300-pound guy. I mean, I know he's soaking wet, but he's like a normal sized guy. He's 100 and what did they say? 175?
So I had to find somewhere close, and it was a really grown-up area. And like I said, the lake was almost dry, so the water was down, and I decided to put him down in the lake bed itself, kind of on the edge of the lake, so that eventually when the water came back up, that area would be underwater. And it was hidden from the road somewhat. So I pulled him down to that area and started digging a hole. It was hard. I was exhausted. I was getting bitten by ants all over me. I remember being scared.
Okay, I've just found Car Lake. It is double R. I thought it might be. It's due north of Tallahassee, straight up Meridian Road. And yeah, I guess it's about. It's not far at all. It's like 6 miles maybe. Straight north out of Tallahassee.
That I was going to have to explain why I had ant bites all over me, because there was ants where I was digging.
Oh my God!
Actually, while I was doing this,
now he's getting just ravaged by ants. As on top of everything else, there are huge ants all over him, biting him. They know what you did, Brian. They know what you did. Just like all those dogs are going to know what you did.
I heard a vehicle coming down the road, and so I kind of...
Vehicle coming down the road. That's just what you don't want to hear, right? Digging a hole, soaking wet, you got your shovel, your tarp, your dead body, blood coming out the Suburban, and you hear the revving of an engine just slowly getting louder and louder down this quiet lake drive where you know that they're coming to where you are. It's not like they're going to drive past. There's one road, it goes to the lake. Again, great scene for the movie.
There were bushes there anyway, but I kind of made sure everything was flat and you couldn't see it from the road. And I ran back up to my truck, and a guy drove up. He was coming down there to go hunting out on the lake itself. And he and I made small talk, chit-chat. I was obviously very paranoid, and I got the impression, I can't remember why now, but at the time I got the impression that he might have been like a law enforcement type guy, maybe like a game warden or something like that. But he talked about that he was going deer hunting out on the lake bed. And so I kind of hung out at my truck and waited for him to get several hundred yards away before I went back to digging. So eventually I got a hole big enough, and I put him there and covered him up, and made sure it didn't look suspicious as well as I could. But now I still had a problem because my truck had blood all in the back of it. And it was getting later and later in the day. And I knew at some point people were going to start calling me. There was a family Christmas with my wife's family up in Cairo that we were supposed to be going to that afternoon or that night.
Cairo,
You know,
Georgia.
I was just running out of time, and
That's where that lady lived. What was her name? Schmidt. From the, you know, do you remember the lady with the red hair that was interviewed about by General Isom?
so I put the shovel in the back of the truck, and I knew I had to clean my truck up. And I think at that point, I can't remember the order. I can't remember. I went 2 different places.
I know he got caught in the end, but I think it's pretty incredible that for a plan where so much has gone wrong, right? He's still pretty much just about pulled it off and stayed free for 16 years. You know, I know that the cops stayed investigating it, kind of, but for a plan that went so badly and had so many additional unforeseen things come up, you know, the Mike Phillips in the Walmart, this deer hunter coming down to the lake, blood in the pickup, you know. It's pretty amazing that he's still, just by beating through his task, his horrendous task, he kind of got it done, right? Incredible.
I went 2 different places to clean up my truck.
Yeah, it is cold outside. Please do help support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. Thank you so much for your support. Riding Shotguns put a link for everybody right there in the chat comments. There's also a link in the description, or you can just go to buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix.
One of them was I went to my parents' house and parked. They have a big lot, and I parked toward the back of it and tried to use a hose to clean out the truck. And I think I went there first because it was closer to where I was, but it wasn't working very well. And I realized I needed to have like a pressure washer. And
So that's what I was thinking, man. You take it down to the do-it-yourself car wash, and you just pressure wash the fuck out of the bed of your truck, right? Just get it gone. You know, as far as DNA analysis, you're gonna have to clean up that later. You know, I mean, just at least get the blood out of the car. Hey, thanks so much, Amy, for this fabulous super chat. And Amy is extra happy because she gets to keep her parents' dog, beautiful pit bull Mitzi the Pitsy, extra happy tonight. And we're extra happy as well, Amy. Thanks so much for the super chat, hon.
so I left there and drove around trying to find a car wash that had a pressure washer, and there were none on my side of town. So I ended up at Tharp Street in Old Bainbridge. There's a car wash there that had pressure washers.
Dart Street and what?
And there were none on my side of town. So I ended up at Tharp Street in Old Bainbridge. There's a car wash there that had pressure washers.
I don't even know how to spell that. O Bainbridge? Is that like O apostrophe Bainbridge? I get really curious when there's geographical locations. I love going to the Google Maps and just going, look, there it is. And maybe that car wash is still there today, huh? What did he say? D-A-R-T Street and O Bainbridge. I'm going to check it out.
And I cleaned out the back as best as I could there. And after that...
Let's stop for a second.
Yes, sir.
Old
Buried in a
Bainbridge.
car lake. At some point, do you, for lack of a better term, go about your business, go up to Cairo, meet Kathy and everybody in the family?
Right. After I cleaned up, I'm sorry.
Did you go up to Cairo, meet Kathy and the family?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you contacted about Mike being gone, missing?
Right.
Who contacted you?
My recollection is that my dad called me and said, Mike's missing.
Oh my God.
Whenever that happened, what'd you do?
Well, I found Old Bainbridge Road, but it doesn't seem to intersect with Dart Street. Dart Street's this tiny little corner road. I'm sorry, guys. I know not everyone is as interested in my maps obsession. Keep it to yourself, Metrix. Jesus, Metrix.
And let me back up. When was that?
I remember it being on the drive home from being up at Cairo for the Christmas party.
So is this the same Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in the evening hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What'd you do?
You know, when my dad called, I kind of said, well, that's Mike, because Mike was known to be late and kind of irresponsible at times, going out on hunting or fishing trips or whatever. You know, I said, I'll get...
You know, if it were my dad, you know, and I had to make that kind of call, like, and there's this emotional trigger as well, because your dad calls up and says, hey, where's Mike? Where's Mike that's like another son to me? And I know what I've just done, and I have to go like really super casual and normal and no suspicion. Oh, you know, that's Mike, he's always late. My dad would pick up on that, man. You know, I for sure, for damn sure. That'd be, you know, if you're talking to a cop or Mike Phillips in the store, or you know, maybe you can pass it off, pull it off, but to your dad, it's different, right? That's an extra level of detection.
Back there, and we'll, you know, go look for him. And so...
Yeah, and we hi, Victoria Go, you're back. Welcome back. We were just saying we think it's so cool how you come here, you do this, and then you go, and then you do your Zoom business call and act like a professional, and then come back and do this with us. I'd love to know how your call went. But we also found a great new slogan for you as well. I can't remember the context. Where was it? It has to be close and it has to be quick. I don't know why. That just reminded me of you.
Got back to town, met up with my dad, and went with him over to Lake Seminole.
That night or next day?
That immediately when I got back to town.
Okay.
There were a few people over there with boats.
Yeah, Riding Shotgun says he does look regretful. Pretty clearly, right? A lot of times when we see these guys confess, it's very common for people to say things like, oh, he's only sorry because he got caught, and those tears are for himself and himself alone. I don't see that with this guy. This guy has been eaten alive by his conscience, it seems, right? And I think that's why he got into so much problems in the relationship with Denise, why he went onto the drugs and the fat Chinese hookers, and he's just totally spazzed out for the last 20 years or 18 years, and now this is the result, right? This is why we don't murder people, okay? We don't murder our best friends or anyone else, you know? Because this can happen.
mainly friends and family. And those of us with boats started going out where his truck was. No, we didn't put in where his truck was. We put it in, there was a concrete landing before that, which was a nicer landing that you weren't going to get stuck at. And my dad and I went out on the lake and...
Victoria girl, you see, I knew you'd say something like that.
searched for Mike. He was searching and I was just lying.
He was searching and I was just lying. Imagine that, you know, you're out there with your dad. You're on this rescue mission, panicking. Where's Mike? Where would Mike have gone? And Brian has to act like he has no idea, and it's just like, you know, just oh my God, what a horrible day. What a horrible day. It's obviously the worst day of his life, right? I mean, you know, it's going to take one fucker of a day to beat that.
My understanding.
V. Shaw, welcome back, V. Shaw. Great to see you.
The weather front came through and it rained during that evening.
There was a storm that came through that night. I think we got off the lake before that happened, but you know, my dad wanted to look at it. I think we were the last ones on the lake, and my dad didn't want to give up.
And you know, just an interesting thing, obviously, Denise Williams, the defendant in this case, who he is testifying against, is sat at the fucking defense table, listening to this, watching this, witnessing this. And I seriously doubt that she's ever heard the details like this, because I believe that they had a policy. She doesn't want to know the details. The less you know, the better, that kind of thing. And they had an agreement. They said, we're never going to talk about it. If anything comes up where we do need to talk about it, we're going to a serious remote location, patting each other down, and you know, they didn't talk about it. So why would she have known these details? Anything even close to this amount of details? So for Denise's experience and reflection, it must be quite something to witness this man who she's known for 30 plus years, or maybe around 30 years, you know. She knows him intimately. They've been married. They've lived together. They did this murder together. They had the affairs. They did all these travel and trips together. I mean, that's a real close person, right? And just, it must be so crazy to listen to the amount of admission that he's giving about this story that she was involved in, that she orchestrated and helped plan and everything else, and just wow.
But my dad loved Mike.
Oh, my dad loved Mike.
That would be a good time to take a break. Why don't we take 10 minutes?
Absolutely, she has no conscience. But just as you know, I'm watching this. I have no connection with this man, and I don't believe that he's deserving of my sympathy. But I still, to watch anyone break down like he's doing right there, that is utter, real, what is the word? Is it contrition? Is it remorse? Is it guilt? I mean, it's shame, I think, really, is the big thing, right? That's... Because don't forget, the room is full of people. His family, probably. Mike's family. Denise's family. Full of people that he knows. Everybody close to him in his life is watching him and listening to what he did. And the real thing, I believe there's contrition. I believe there's regret for his actions. But the key component here is shame, isn't it? That's a large part of it. And it although I don't think he's deserving of my sympathy, I find myself having to hold it back a bit. You know? And I don't know the guy. Denise, cold Denise, is she feeling anything? Is she feeling anger? That, I mean, what he's doing is contributing to the state's case against her. He's the key witness, right? Against her. So she's got anger as well, right? Devastation is a good word as well, Lenny. Anguish, another one, Christina. God, how many descriptors? Oh, Victoria Girl's got some good ones. Regret, remorse, guilt, and shame. That's the cocktail of rough human emotions, isn't it? Fuck me. Okay, we're going on to part two. Where is it? Is this part two? Agony. Bob thinks he's just crying for himself, though. I mean, obviously he's going to have to do 20 years, and, obviously no one he cares about in his life is ever going to be able to, he's ruined every relationship. He's ruined everything in his life, and he's upset about himself. But I do see more than that. We see that in other cases where it's like crocodile tears, but in this case, I think there's much more. There's a lot more going on with Brian Winchester.
It was later that evening when you were searching before the weather came in. Did you find anything that evening?
Yes, sir. I didn't really, I knew where Mike's boat was, and I didn't really want to be the one that found it. I would rather somebody else have found it, but my dad was just real determined, and, he took us to a spot. I knew he was going to be there, but he took us to a spot, and sure enough, there was Mike's boat, so we found his boat. I think we just left it. We didn't touch it. We left it where it was and went back in and told whoever the law enforcement people were there at the time. But shortly thereafter, a pretty bad rainstorm, and I think cold front came through that night.
And did you go back to the lake the next day?
I'm sure I did. The next 2 months are kind of a blur for me, but yes, I spent lots of time at the lake during the search because I kind of wanted to monitor what was going on. I wanted to put up a good, front to look like I was out there looking like everybody else. But I was out there a lot.
At some point, a hat was found on the lake. Is that right?
A hat?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Were you the one that found that hat?
I was not the one that found it. I was the one that put it in the water during one of my searches on the lake. Denise and I were getting concerned that nothing else was being found out there. And I was hoping that his waders and jacket and all would be found to kind of confirm that he had drowned there. And I wanted to keep the searchers in that particular area. So I took a hat that was similar to a hat that Mike used, which was real distinctive. It had a weird looking bill on it and stuff. And when I was out there with another friend of mine, I threw it in the water in that area because I wanted to keep the people in that area, because I wanted the waders and the jacket to be found to confirm that that's where Mike was and where he went into the water.
Was that hat eventually found?
It was.
And you were asked to identify it?
Yes, sir.
You told law enforcement it was Mike?
Yes, sir.
You brought up a point about you and Denise had concerns, all right? We're talking at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Following Mike's murder on the 16th, what communication did you have with Denise?
I can't.
I know, right? Riding shotgun all over a woman that didn't work out and that was a bitch to him, just like she was to Mike. Started withholding sex, started not letting him have access to money, started taking trips away with Chuck up to Atlanta. Remember when Brian went up to Atlanta and was waiting in the foyer with a gun at the hotel saying, "Is that Chuck? Have you had sex? Get rid of Chuck. I have a gun." That was a year or two after this. The relationship broke down that much. I mean, if it had been like true love, and they'd gone into a lifelong happy relationship, but it didn't even get out the gate, right? A year later, she's with Chuck up in Atlanta, making him all of this for that. All of this was for this. I was just unbelievable.
I remember the first time that we talked, we had prearranged that obviously our communication needed to be minimal, both by phone and in person. Obviously, we weren't going to be meeting up in parking lots and having sex and doing all that was normal for us to be doing. So we had decided that it's just too close to me.
You can push back a little bit. It's a little louder than it used to be.
It feels like I'm at a concert, but so we had decided.
You're definitely not at a concert, okay? You're not going to sing, are you?
Ahead of time that we really needed to minimize our contact. I got a lot of information about Denise and what was going on with Denise through Kathy, who was going over to her house and seeing her and talking to her. Denise kind of sequestered herself up in her bedroom and didn't want to be around a lot of people during that time, which was smart of her to do. And so I got a lot of information from Kathy, but eventually, she and I talked. And there never was a conversation that was like, well, did it all go according to plan? Or, first of all, I didn't want to talk about that because that was not the plan. What happened with Mike was not the plan that Denise and I had come up with.
Yeah, let's get those likes to 100%. How are we doing on those likes? Let's just double check those likes. If you're liking the video, guys, hit that big old fat thumb on the video and send us a like. And if you really like the video, you know what you should do. You should head over to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics and buy us a coffee.com or a hot chocolate. Because I think January should be the month of hot chocolate. I've got some chai latte, some dirty chai latte here that Neverly sent me. Where is that? Maybe I should have one of those. But in the meantime, head over to buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Support the channel. It's a fantastic way to support the channel, or a great other way to support the channel. Like, share, leave a comment. Oh, God.
And
Let me stop you right there. I want to make it clear. The plan didn't play out the way you wanted to, but was it the plan that you and Denise had discussed to actually have him killed?
The plan was for his death to occur, but it was not for it to occur in the way that it did. I mean, the plan was for him to fall in the water and for him to have a chance to survive it. But obviously that's not what happened, and I didn't want to tell Denise that. So we never had a conversation that was like, did it all go according to plan? But it was quite obvious from the circumstances that Mike was gone, and she assumed that what we talked about, the plan that we had made, she assumed that was what had happened. It wasn't until years later that I tried to and somewhat told her that that's not what ended up happening.
Okay. So at some point you and her started talking again despite the distances. When was that?
The first time, I'd be guessing. I mean, I would say a few days before we talked. I'm sure the first time we talked was just on the phone. It was a little while before I saw her in person because I remember being kind of nervous, and I just knew it would be weird to see her because of what we had done. I just knew it would be weird to see her after that, kind of to face each other after that. But as the search went on and long term, as things got back to normal, we just kind of settled back into the same routines. But the next thing, obviously, that we had to deal with was the fact that his body wasn't being found. And so the concern between she and I then became, well, if his body's not found, what's going to happen with the life insurance?
Okay. This is a conversation you're having with her?
Yes.
Okay. And what is she saying? What is her concern?
Well, that if his body's not found, what's going to happen? Is she going to get the money or not?
Did you and or her take any steps to facilitate that?
To facilitate her getting the money?
Yeah.
I was not in a hurry to push that issue. I felt like we needed to kind of lay low on that and not appear to be, the eager widow ready to cash in on her life insurance. Also, she was getting, at that time, insurance companies were paying a ridiculous amount. I think 8% they were required to pay on death benefit proceeds. So she was earning 8% as long as the money sat there, which you couldn't get that outside in a bank or anything like that. So I knew the longer it drug out, the better.
Wow, is that right? She was earning 8% on the life insurance policy while they're searching for him. I mean, what's 8% of $1 million? That's like, what is that? That's like 80 grand, right? Fuck. Yeah, keep looking, guys. Keep looking. Yeah, no, I think I see a clue. Maybe, like, yeah. But she didn't. She was the eager widow who wanted to cash in on the life insurance policy. She was like, how, I don't remember the time, but it was very quickly that she said to the judge, listen, you need to declare him dead because my life insurance, I need a death certificate and you have to sign that, judge. So can we get that done, judge?
It was going to be, and we talked about that. Again, it was actually my dad, because he was concerned about Denise, and he wanted her to get her money so she could pay her bills, and
and now the dad is saying, trying to help her get the money. I mean, fuck it. His dad, sorry.
He pushed it through the hoops that needed to happen for her to end up getting the money quickly as she could. But what he came to learn, what we all came to learn, was she was going to have to get a death certificate issued by a judge through a court. So probably my dad or me hooked her up with an attorney, Kurt Hunter, and she talked with Kurt about what needed to be done. And I think basically she had to file a petition with the court stating everything that happened, talking about what a wonderful marriage she had with Mike. There was no reason for him to run off on her. I can't remember what all had to go in the petition, but we talked about that ahead of time. And she ended up filing a petition, and it was granted, and she was issued a death certificate, so she was able to get the money.
Uh-oh. Not 2 seconds, guys. It's just going to come back now. It's on the original video. This lost scene.
Were there any conversations about what had happened?
About what had happened specifically with Mike?
Yes.
No.
At some point...
All right, so this is the first time that Denise is getting the story, right? Must be gripping. I mean, I'm gripped to this 7 years on, and, you know, it's just... Denise must be sat there just... I don't know. I wish we could see Denise. We need to see Denise. Obviously, she didn't take the stand in her own defense. I don't believe so. I would know if she did. No, she didn't.
Law enforcement takes other looks at the cases and interviews people. Did y'all have any conversations about that?
Well, this was years later, and a lot transpired in between Mike's death and law enforcement getting involved. I think it was 3 years later, maybe. But the first thing that happened with me was I just got a call from a deputy. I don't remember if it was a Jackson County sheriff officer or a investigator with FDLE, but I got a call from somebody, and they wanted to talk to me about Mike Williams and the case, and I agreed and went into FDLE on Riggins Road there and interviewed with two gentlemen there. And it became quite clear to me during that interview.
I agree that Denise isn't sat there with a quiet single tear or anything. She's not feeling anything. But just in terms of listening to someone describe a kind of Herculean task, you know, just this long list of challenges. I mean, if you took it out of the context of a horrific murder and just someone told you a story about, you know, a non-criminal series of events that was really challenging, it would be still like, wow, that sounds really stressful. Just like on those levels, Victoria Girl, it must be quite something to for her to listen to it after being intimately involved with the case, and you know, it's her own murder trial, so the details matter, and you know, she must be paying attention. I don't think she's doodling like an Ezra McCandless. I think she's listening. I don't think she's feeling anything, but just in terms of listening to the story of what he had to do, right?
Review that they were suspicious of what happened, and not only that, they were suspicious of me and Denise. And I think even after I left that interview, I called her immediately and was freaking out, you know, that this was going on. And
right there. So you've gone in, you've done an interview. You mentioned that there were a lot of things that happened prior to that. And this is approximately 2003, 2004, something like that?
Yes, sir. Right.
So prior to that occurring, had you and Denise talked about a possibility of what you would do if law enforcement started investigating this?
Yeah, I mean, we basically weren't going to say anything. We had the word that we put on it was we had an agreement that she would never say anything about me and I would never say anything about her, because we knew, or we felt like, that as long as neither one of us talked, that nobody would ever, you know, find out what happened. So we called it our agreement, basically, and we were probably pretty arrogantly confident in that agreement, I guess.
Did you and her take any steps to ensure the fact that wiretaps or having a conversation with her, code words, code signals, things like that?
We didn't get that way until after law enforcement started looking into things. The other thing that made us really paranoid was Denise. At first, Denise was allowing Cheryl, Mike's mom, to see Ansley, and taking Ansley, Mike and Denise's daughter, Ansley, out to...
There she is. Well, that guy's head's in the way, but there she is. She looks like she's got a pretty good pair of lawyers there. I mean, how much can you tell from the side of someone's head? In lawyer terms, quite a bit. That guy in the middle, he looks like he costs a lot of money, right? That guy just looks like classic expensive lawyer, right? There's no Tara Kawas here.
Cheryl, Grandma Cheryl's house. And on one of those trips out to...
Not that Tara Kawas is cheap. I think she's pretty expensive too, but you know what I'm saying. This guy looks like the business, right?
Cheryl's house. Denise found a notebook that Cheryl had, and she had written her suspicion.
Just to clarify, I haven't watched much of this trial at all, and I don't believe I've ever heard that lawyer that I just said looks like the business do anything. I've just literally seen him now for the first time, but just even his posture, the hair, the glasses, the clothing, everything about it is like, I am an expensive fucking lawyer.
It's about Denise and me and what had happened with Mike, and when Cheryl was in another room or something, Denise read that and came back and told me what she had read and really freaked out about it, and at that point didn't want didn't want any contact with Cheryl really. But between that and law enforcement getting involved, we became very paranoid about being monitored. So we agreed and talked about we weren't going to talk about anything on the phones anymore. We were worried about our cars being bugged, our houses being bugged. We had hand signals that we would use if we needed to talk about something related to Mike or law enforcement.
What are those hand signals?
riding shotgun is wondering what happened to the daughter Ainsley. Yeah, I think, just, don't quote me, but I I think I remember hearing that even after the conviction that she didn't believe it and stood by her mother and still doesn't talk to the grandmother, blames the grandmother. But I think that's reasonably common when a parent goes down, because for the child to accept the verdict, I think oftentimes there's just, in a kid's brain, they can't do it. They can't go to that place, right? Because it would so dramatically change. There's like a subconscious prevention where it's like you can't, no matter how screamingly obvious the truth is. I mean, she knows Brian's up here telling all what happened, and there's a switch in the head that doesn't allow the brain to believe the obvious. I think that's reasonably common. I think and I think I remember that's what happened in this case. But we've got a few more bits to cover around this case. I think we're going to have a look at the sentencing today, just after this video. It's brief. And then tomorrow, because we met our goal, we met our target, and the public have spoken, we're going on to the Ali Abulaban case. But we can come back to Denise Williams, because I think there's still some good content to be had out of this.
One of them was a C for Cheryl, and then the other one was this, like jail bars. So when we did that, we knew that one or the other of us had something to talk about, and we would usually go, there was a park next to, there is a park.
We didn't see him, but I assume when he said jail bars, he's just, holding up two fists, clutching vertical bars. So how does this work? Brian comes into the kitchen where Denise is and says, hey, Denise. And she turns around and she's got these two fists up holding imaginary jail bars. And she's like, that's the code? Is that a good code or a bad code? I kind of like it, but it's kind of funny to imagine them, exchanging messages like that.
Next to Denise's house, along Mixtookie Road.
And I guess the C was holding up his fingers and his thumb in a C shape, right? These visual, silent cues to signal that we need to talk about the agreement, Yeah.
We'd go out to that park and go way out in a field on a bench, and we would leave our cars in the vehicle. We would leave our phones in the vehicle, make sure we didn't have a phone on us. We were very concerned that we were being watched or monitored by law enforcement.
Now, backing up again, prior to the interview, you're still married in 2000 to Kathy. And you started your relations back with Denise. At some point, did your marriage with Kathy start falling apart?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I mean, it had started, when Denise and I started our affair in '97, but after Mike was gone, Kathy and I spent even more time with Denise. The three of us doing a lot of things, just because Denise and I wanted to be together. And yeah, things just got worse and worse. I mean, Kathy, told me later, that after Mike was gone.
It is a hilarious code, Victoria Girl. In fact, I'm going to put that on the list of brainstorming merch. Hands clutching jail bars. I think just that. Just two jail bars and two fists around them on a t-shirt. Jail bars. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
It was like there was no reason for me and Denise to be apart from each other. She made comments like that, but I think she was suspicious of us, all along. But I never admitted to Kathy that Denise and I were having an affair, obviously, and that was just kind of basically the next step in the plan. But it couldn't be right off because that would look bad. So Kathy and I ended up staying together. I think our divorce wasn't finalized until 2004, I believe.
At some point, did you and Kathy separate prior to the divorce?
Yes, sir.
At some point, was there a situation where you backtracked essentially and made a pledge to try and get back with Kathy and not go with Denise? Yes, sir.
What
was that about?
There was a lot that led up to that. As you said, we were separated. So Kathy and I were separated. I had a house to myself. There was the incident that we talked about earlier with Angela Stafford, where Denise walked in on Angela and I in my bedroom. After that happened, Denise was furious, and she, we had a briefcase full of mementos, cards, notes, letters, pictures, videos, all sorts of things. She left my house and went to her house and burned it all. She was very angry with me.
What was that?
I didn't know it at the time.
Whoa.
We talked about earlier with
who's burning what?
Angela Stafford, where Denise walked in on Angela and I in my bedroom. We were separated.
Hang on, I've missed this.
There was a lot that led up to that. As you said, we were separated. So Kathy and I were separated. I had a house to myself. There was the incident that we talked about earlier with Angela Stafford, where Denise walked in on Angela and I in my bedroom. After that happened, Denise was furious, and she, we had a briefcase full of mementos, cards, notes, letters, pictures, videos, all sorts of things. She left my house and went to her house and burned it all.
What the fuck, Denise? What, because cheating is so offensive to you, or what? I mean, she went to the house, grabbed the box of all the photos and mementos and burnt it all because you were shagging, who was it? Angela.
She was very angry with me. I didn't know it at the time, but she actually was having sex with a guy that she worked with.
She's fucking shagging someone else as well. I mean, this Denise, I think she needs either an affair or a murder plot. There's something about deviousness, right, that she needs in her life. I mean, that happens, and for her, she's like the extreme case. She needs to have some like play on people. You know what I mean? It's like she's so upset that you're cheating on her with, was it Angela? I don't know if I got that name wrong or whatever, but that she went round and burnt the entire box of all the mementos, but at the same time she's sleeping with someone from her job. Well,
at work, and I think when she caught me with, I'm sorry? Yes, sir. And so when she caught me with Angela, I think she decided at that point, well, I'm going to drop Brian and pursue a relationship with Mr. Bunker.
Is Mr. Bunker Chuck? It's Chuck Bunker. Oh, Chuck Bunker. Ah, man. That's not a name. That's not a name. It's just a funny noise. It sounds like some sort of like woodworking job, doesn't it? What do you do for a living? Well, I'm a chuck bunker. I bunk chucks. Yeah, I've been doing this chuck bunking thing for 20 years now. Expert in the field of chuck bunking.
And so things just basically like went to hell with me and Denise. And long story short, I mean, I just realized what a disaster my life was at that point. And Denise and I had, well, we hadn't broken up. She had basically dumped me for Chuck.
Chuck Bunker. She bunked his Chuck in Atlanta. And, I love Chuck Bunker. What a name. Carpentry. Chuck Bunker.
And I found myself at church one day on July 4th, heard a sermon about freedom. You know, I felt like I was a slave to all that I had been living for, you know, in my relationship with Denise, and I had I guess you would call it a spiritual awakening or conversion, however you want to term it. Eventually, the relationship with Denise and Mr. Bunker went haywire and south. They had their legal issues with each other.
Let's stop there real quick. Let's draw on Mr. Bunker. Was there an incident between you and Mr. Bunker?
That happened prior to me going to church that day, but yes, sir.
What was this about this spiritual awakening that he went through? What is this? I don't remember hearing that before.
The way that I found out about Denise and Chuck was she left town with him, went up to Atlanta on a trip together, and I found out from one of her sisters that they were in Atlanta, and I was not happy. I was angry, and I wanted to confront her, you know, because we had been through a lot, done a lot for each other. I mean, I gave up half of my son's life to be with her, you know, killed her husband, and we'd done a lot to be together, and then for her to turn around and go...
yeah, for you've done all that for her. She turns around, bunks everyone's chucks, and, you know... Maybe it's a hardwood floor thing. She loves her hardwood floors, Denise, you know. Hardwood floors need to have their bunks chucked probably once every 24 months. Okay?
You know, sleep with Chuck didn't make me happy, so I found out they were in Buckhead in Atlanta, and I drove up there to confront her. I didn't really care about him so much, but I ended up sitting in a lobby in a hotel.
That's a ways, isn't it, from Tallahassee to Atlanta? That's got to be like 8 hours drive? I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm totally guessing.
They came strolling by together, and you know, I confronted them, and we ended up going outside and having a long argument, conversation out next to the street in Buckhead. I wanted Chuck gone. I didn't want to deal with Chuck, so my main focus was, you need to get rid of Chuck. She got rid of him, got him to leave us alone.
Yeah, get rid of Chuck. He's running into the hotel. Get rid of Chuck. Get rid of Chuck. He's showing her the grab the jail bars sign and the C.
And she and I spent the night together in the hotel. And I didn't know it at the time, but she was just kind of placating me when Chuck was, I think, got a room down.
Oh, yeah, I bet he just loved being in the hotel room that she was in with Chuck on a sex trip to Atlanta.
The hallway in the hotel. Didn't really leave, but...
What? He spent the night in the... What? In the hallway?
Together in the hotel. And I didn't know it at the time, but she was just kind of placating me when Chuck was, I think, got a room down the hallway in the hotel.
Chuck got a room down the hallway in the hotel. Oh, my God.
Didn't really leave, but so we had that incident, and Denise told me later.
260 miles between Atlanta and Tallahassee, so what's average speed? Call it 50. Yeah, it's got to be a 5 or 6 hour drive. That's a long time to stay angry enough to go into a hotel with a gun, say get rid of Chuck, and do the jail bars signal. That's a long time to hold on to that rage, right? If it was just, local in town, you'd storm over, you'd make a scene. But if you've got a 6 hour drive, you've got time to consider your options, right? Which you should have done.
That the way that she got rid of Chuck was she told him that if he didn't leave, that I could have her turned in for insurance fraud, which I thought was just, it blew my mind that she told him that. I couldn't believe that she admitted that to another party.
Did you hear her say that, or is that just what she told you?
She told me this later, and we argued about it later. So the incident with Chuck happened, and I drove back to Tallahassee, and I was just done. I was just spent, and that's what kind of led me to kind of, I guess, what I thought at the time was rock bottom. I didn't know I had so many rock bottoms ahead of me, but
yeah. Long way to go to that rock bottom, huh? Every time you hit the rock, you fall down again, and there's another big rock. Oh man.
Point, I ended up in church and kind of had a spiritual reawakening, and over the next few months,
I want to hear about his spiritual reawakening. How did that go? How did that come about? What was the format of that reawakening, He just went to church? Did a sunbeam come through the stained glass window like it did for Jake in the Blues Brothers when James Brown was singing that song?
I decided...
He's like, we're getting the band back together.
that I wanted to try to reconcile with Kathy. I still love Denise.
Now he's gone to reconcile with Kathy. Man, she leave Kathy alone, right? She's been through enough.
I still wanted to be with Denise. Eventually, Denise and Chuck's relationship imploded.
I still wanted to be Denise, but I figured I'd settle for Kathy. I figured I'd settle for second best.
And they had their, legal issues and whatnot. And so they broke up. My dad actually helped Denise through all of that.
So they break up. you tried to get back with Kathy?
They broke up, and Denise kind of had her own spiritual awakening, and I know this sounds all screwy, but we wanted to be together still, but we both agreed that the right thing for me to do was to try to get with Kathy, and if Kathy decided that wasn't going to happen, then we were free to be together.
Is that what you did?
And
God, guys, I know this, he said, I know this all sounds kind of screwy. Well, you got that right. You know, why don't you just try, like, living like a normal person? What is all of this mess? It's so unnecessary. You've caused yourself a lifetime of trauma, shame, pain, consequences. You know, just try and get by. You know, it wasn't like, you know, if you look at a case like all of these people were doing really quite well in life. They were all educated, degree level, great jobs, you know, kind of the heading towards the higher end of middle class. I mean, you know, I know that's not what happiness is based on, but you know, is it more understandable if someone does stuff this stupid out of some kind of desperate situation? I'm trying to think of a comparison case. If we looked at, say, well, you know what I'm trying to say. It's like you could have got by and just continued to do pretty well out of life, and you know, you were both married, you both had kids, you both had jobs, houses, cars, friends, families, good families, community, activities, trips away, Panama Beach. You know, like it wasn't that bad. It's got to be something down to the thrill-seeking factor, right? Particularly Denise, needs to have an illicit affair going on, or needs to have a murder plot going on, because there's some endorphin-based supply that she's feeding on, right? It's like a drug addict. They just need more of that, right? It's consciously or not. That's the motivation here. Not betterment, not self-betterment, not love or getting out of terrible situations or anything. It's just more stuff and more endorphin and more deception and games and fuck off. You know, you brought this on yourselves. Sounds kind of screwy. Yes, it does. And now you're going, yes, the best thing for you to do would be to try to get back with Kathy because that would help our plot. You know, is this any way to live?
so, yes, I tried to reconcile with Kathy.
Did that work out?
Not well.
Yeah, she told me to fuck off.
Eventually, you and Kathy end up in a divorce.
Yes, sir. We ended up getting divorced. And so we're free to be together.
Oh, look at this. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I got this right. Keith Citizen says him spurned on in the back of Demise car, wielding a gun. Okay, so yeah, you meant to say Denise, but you wrote Demise, and I find it quite funny that Denise is spelt so similarly to Demise. The demise of Denise. And it is, isn't it? We're witnessing the demise of Denise right here.
When was the divorce with Kathy?
Oh, we haven't even got to the bit with the where he's hiding in the back with the gun. Is he going to go into those details? We heard all what Denise said yesterday in her interrogation. Well, it wasn't really an interrogation, was it? It was an interview.
94, we married 94. This is terrible, but I don't remember when it was finalized because we had a long separation. I don't remember when the divorce itself was finalized.
At some point, did you and Denise start becoming public with your dating?
Yes, sir. After
Public with your what? Let me just hear that again.
a long separation. I don't remember when the divorce itself was finalized.
At some point, did you and Denise start becoming public with your dating?
Yes, sir. After
Oh, so maybe I must have gotten this wrong. Okay, so I thought that they killed Mike, or Brian killed Mike, whatever, and then a year later they got together, and then a year after they'd been together, this thing with Chuck happened, and that was the downward spiral of their relationship. I know they stayed married until 2012, but maybe it's that the Chuck thing happened before they publicly got together, right? Well, if you're not publicly together, it's a strange thing, isn't it?
After the divorce was finalized and we decided enough time had passed from Mike's death, we decided it was okay for us to gradually start dating. And we talked about it with a lot of people. There were some people that took it well. There were some people, like her family and her dad, who took it horribly. But we did start dating.
Eventually, you got married.
And then we got married in 2005. We were still concerned about the law enforcement side of it, but as time passed and nothing happened, we became less and less concerned about it.
You say that you're still concerned. Did y'all have communications between each other on about what would you do if law enforcement ever interviewed?
Right. Things would come up in the media. We would see things online or in the news. Cheryl, never gave up and kept pushing things. And so from time to time, that issue would be raised. And I always wanted to talk about things a lot more than Denise. Denise did not like to talk about anything.
And just to say, we know that Brian and Mike knew each other since they were really young, before high school even, right? So with Cheryl, Mike's mom, supposedly she would have known Brian as a young boy, as a 10 or 12-year-old boy, coming round for, I don't know, play date or, spending time at each other's houses, possibly. I would imagine so. So she would be very familiar with Brian throughout his life, almost his entire life. I mean, it's kind of strange, huh?
Related to that, usually. But we would typically not talk in the house. We would typically talk, out at Lake Ella or a public place or wherever where we felt like we weren't being monitored, even at that point.
And did y'all have an agreement, the agreement not to talk to law enforcement?
Yes, we promised each other that neither one of us would ever say anything. Because we knew the only way...
And how did that work out? That was the First Amendment of our agreement. It was like, neither one of us will talk to law enforcement. Well... that we felt like the only way they would get anything would be if one of us
talked. And I mean, I was concerned about Denise if she ever got under that pressure, whether she would hold up to it or not. You know, Kathy actually warned me. I think the first time I heard Kathy talk about it, she said, you know, Kathy was trying to get me to talk, but basically she said,
When? What does Kathy know?
You can't trust Denise, and she'll throw you under the bus the first chance she gets.
Would it be fair to say that you made...
What? That's out of context. Or maybe this was after he was arrested for the kidnapping that Kathy said that. Because I don't believe that Kathy knew anything about this until it all fell down, right, after the kidnapping incident.
Assurances to her, that being Denise, that you had not told anybody else about this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And did she make assurances to you that she had not told anybody else?
The only person I knew of was Mr. Bunker, but, you know, she didn't say that Mike was murdered or anything like that. She just supposedly...
Insurance part?
Right.
Okay. Now, in 2016, you were, there was the kidnapping arrest.
Yes, sir.
And following that, you confessed to the murder of Mike, correct?
Yes, sir.
You led law enforcement to his remains.
Yes, sir.
The conversations with Denise, leading up to the murder, did they occur in Leon County for the most part?
Yes, sir.
The conversations with Denise following the murder, where the agreement was never to talk to law enforcement, did that occur in Leon County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Whenever she set up her alibi to stay at home and make phone calls, did that occur in Leon County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Talked a lot about Denise Winchester, or Williams, formerly Winchester. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point to her and indicate an article of clothing?
An article of clothing, the pink sweater.
May the record please reflect the indicated the defendant.
Yeah, she picked up that pink sweater from the Innocence wardrobe. You know, remember Ezra McCandless in that stupid floral? I mean, she dressed up like a wedding cake to go to court.
Denise Williams. I have no further questions this time.
Neverly's under the weather, Victoria girl. We all wish her well and a speedy return back to perfect health.
You can step out. Guard, Mr. Winchester. So we had talked with I talked with the attorneys earlier and decided that it was too late to start into the cross-examination by the defense.
Ah, there's a cross-examination. Of course there is. I'd forgotten about that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Well, how long is that? I guess it's going to be pretty long because it's a very important witness.
It's not fair to make them go a little while and then break up their cross-examination. So I hope it doesn't break your heart, but we're going to break for the evening. It's pretty reasonable time. Just leave your notes where they are. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. Let's stay off the internet and the social media. Don't review any media accounts of what's going on here. Let's be back tomorrow at 8:45. And so we can get started promptly with this. Parking arrangement will be the same, so they'll bring you up the back way. Now, if somebody ended up over here on that I don't know exactly. Don't go to the front of the courtroom. Come to the back so we can get you in the jury room. Don't need to be hanging out over here with the witnesses and so forth. Make sure before they leave everybody's clear on where they're coming and what the plan is. Anybody confused or have an issue about, if not, we'll let you step out with the bailiff. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning, 8:45. Just leave your notes where they are.
There he is. Mr. Big Shot.
Everybody be seated. All right. Any issues from either side?
No, stay your
Your Honor, while we have a moment, I know you were interested in getting advance notice of special jury instructions.
Correct.
And I just discovered one issue that I didn't think of before. The standard jury instruction on accessory after the fact doesn't have anything in it about the immunity in the statute for husband and wife. And if you look at the statute requires the state to prove that the parties are not in the position of husband and wife. And in this case, if you look at the dates in the indictment, there's a period of time in which they were married. There's a period of time in the indictment that is after they're married.
Man, these suckers, they don't label this very well. Can you not put either cross-examination or direct examination in the title for the video? That would be helpful. True Crime Metrix is going to tidy all of this up, guys. We're going to be the #1 resource of Leon County well-labeled cases. This might be it. Part 4. Oh, it's day 1. Okay, so try day 2.
If I survive it.
Let's go back to the very beginning of your involvement with Denise Williams. You've known each other since you were both very young, haven't you?
Preschool.
In fact, she filed for divorce in 2015. Isn't that true?
I don't remember the exact date.
Do you recall that prior to August 5th of 2000?
All right, just from the tone of voice, I know this is cross-exam, right? But is this the first bit? I'd love to see the beginning. What is this one? Day 2, part 2. So this is Denise Williams' Love Triangle Trial, Day 2, part 1. Brian Winchester testifies. Okay, so I guess this is it. Or are we going to put the cross-examination on another video? How long have we been running? How many people have we got in this live? I'm going to have to make some calls. What time is it in the States? What time is it in Victoria? Victoria? It's got to be 9, 10? I don't know. How many people? Who's in EST? It's like 1 in the morning for our prime, for our main time zone. Is that too late? We've still got the numbers. It's 1 a.m. for Jane's World 2. 10:04 p.m. Well, let's at least go up to 4 hours, and we'll see if we want to continue.
2016, approximately a month earlier, you were compelled by the Honorable Charles Francis in that very divorce case to begin providing financial records.
Correct.
And up until Judge Francis had entered that order, you had delayed and tried to block Ms. Williams from going forward with her divorce of you.
I didn't get the paperwork done in time.
But on the morning of August 5th, 2016, you crawled in the back of Ms. Williams' vehicle at about 2 or 3 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Because that's when it's the darkest?
Right.
You waited for her?
Yes, sir.
You had a backpack with you?
Yes, sir.
You had a loaded handgun?
Yes, sir.
You had a tarp?
No, sir.
You didn't have a tarp?
Did not.
Did you have a blanket?
I had a sheet.
A sheet?
Thank you, Victoria girl.
Is that the sheet you were going to use to wrap Ms. Williams' body in after you killed her?
No, absolutely not.
You had bottles containing fluids?
Water. Yes, sir. One water bottle to spray the outside of her car so she couldn't see the inside of the car where I was hiding.
And you had some kind of tool with you?
What? He had a water spray bottle to spray the outside of her car so she couldn't see where he was hiding. Well, isn't she gonna, wonder why her car's wet? What? And it's water. You can see through water. These knuckleheads, what are they doing now?
A tool. She thought I had a tool. It was actually a clip, I believe, to the pistol.
So it was more bullets for the pistol?
No, it was an empty clip.
This was an
Again, why would you bring an empty clip? There's nothing more useless than an empty clip.
kidnapping that you'd planned for over a month?
I thought about it for a month.
You're very upset with Ms. Williams, weren't you?
I was angry.
You were angry because she was going forward with the divorce.
I thought about this for a month. I thought about this ridiculous plan. Let's do a poll. I want to know if people think that Brian was intending to murder Denise. Okay? We're going to do a poll.
I was angry for a lot of reasons besides that.
She hadn't been talking to you in the week prior, had she?
No.
What were you going to get her to do after, well, let me back up. About 7 a.m., Ms. Williams got in her vehicle to go to work?
Right.
So at about that point in time, you'd been sitting in the back of her car for up to 5 hours?
Right.
You had a bottle of water that you were going to use to spray to cover the window so she couldn't see you?
I did do that, right.
And then as she got in her vehicle to go to work, you crawled up over the back seat and shoved a gun into her ribs, didn't you?
I didn't shove a gun into her ribs. I didn't pull the gun out until later, and I had it at her side for 10 seconds tops. She didn't even know the gun was there until I told her later what it was.
You had a gun.
I had a gun.
You didn't have a bouquet of flowers.
I had a bouquet of flowers and a gun. Okay?
Correct.
You had a gun, a loaded handgun.
Right.
She screamed, didn't she?
Screamed?
Yeah, when she found out that you had crawled over the back seat of her vehicle in the early morning hours of August 5th, 2016, she screamed, didn't she?
She was on the phone.
What line, Victoria girl? Was that the line? Which one?
And I took the phone and hung the phone up. We yelled at each other. She stopped the car in the middle of the road. I was worried a car was going to hit us from behind, so I yelled at her to drive. I don't remember her screaming, no sir. But obviously...
Oh. What line? The bouquet of flowers? Or did I miss something? Let's go back 30 seconds.
Her vehicle in the early morning hours of August 5th, 2016. She screamed, didn't she?
She was on the phone, and I took the phone and hung the phone up. We yelled at each other. She stopped the car in the middle of the road. I was worried a car was going to hit us from behind, so I yelled at her to drive. I don't remember her screaming, no sir. But obviously she was alarmed, yes.
Yeah, because you had been hiding in the back of her vehicle. You crawled over a couple rows of seats, and you had something which, telling us now, you didn't tell her was a gun until later.
Mr. White, we're not going to just reiterate the
Yes, Your Honor.
testimony. If you have a new question, please ask.
At some point, she eventually was able to talk you down.
At some point, I calmed down and realized how ridiculous this whole situation was.
It was a little more than ridiculous. It was criminal, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And at some point on August 5th, 2016, to the best of your knowledge, Ms. Williams made contact with law enforcement, and you were arrested that day.
Yes, sir.
That is the last day that you have been a free man in the state of Florida, isn't it?
Correct.
After you were arrested, there was an opportunity for you to have hearings related to a bond. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall you were not granted a bond?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, if you're aware, that Ms. Williams vigorously opposed you receiving any kind of bond?
At those hearings, yes, correct. Earlier, she questioned whether she even should have gone to the police.
But after August 5th of 2016, up until the time you were sentenced, you were in jail and you were not getting out of jail. And Ms. Williams had made her position clear that she wanted you to remain incarcerated.
After she changed her position, yes. After she got interviewed by FDLE and realized that she had opened up a can of worms with the murder that we committed together, you're right. She changed her position and started asking for life in prison for me.
But
Not better.
the penalty for the armed kidnapping is life in prison, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And as you testified earlier concerning your agreement with the state,
So he got 2 life convictions brought down to 20 years for this testimony. And he's not even 50. Sweet deal.
based on that proffer agreement, the state wasn't going to ask for that life in prison, were they?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
You had just indicated that Ms. Williams was seeking life in prison, correct?
Right,
But life in prison is the possible punishment for the crimes to which you pled.
correct.
And you made a deal with the government not to get that life sentence.
Remember, guys, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, damn, I really wish I knew a way to support True Crime Metrix, the good news is there is one. It's called buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, where you can support the channel and help us grow. And leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel, share, leave a comment. Hit us up on the social networks, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Discord, merch, True Crime Metrix fabulous merch, Patreon. Links in the description. Thanks a lot, guys. Super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker.
You're terming it a deal. It was a proffer agreement. And yes, it restricted them from asking for life, but they subsequently asked for 45 years. I don't call that a great deal.
Well, that would be life, wouldn't it? If you're 50 and you get 45 years, that's life. I don't even know what the point of like calling it 45 years is. Just call it life. If you're a certain age, just call it life.
Well, what were you ultimately sentenced to?
What was I ultimately sentenced to?
How long will you be in prison?
20 years.
Your tentative release date, 2036?
I don't know exactly.
Oh, here she is, Addie Zanone. How you doing, Addie? Good to see you, and thanks so much for. Did you just become a member? Wow, that's amazing, Addie. Thanks so much for becoming a fabulous True Crime Metrix member, Addie Zanone. Welcome.
You don't know when you are likely to get out of prison for the kidnapping of Denise Williams?
Add 20 years to whenever I was arrested. I don't have a calendar in front of me.
You were arrested in 2016. It's 2036. Okay, that's easy. That's easy.
And it is your understanding and belief that you will one day walk out of the Florida prison system.
If I survive it.
Let's go back to the very beginning of your involvement.
Well, that's a good point. But, you know, at least you don't have any child molestation. At least you, well, I guess you've snitched, quote unquote, snitched. But I think even, you know, the totality of the circumstances, she was coming for you mercilessly, vindictively, and selfishly. In the prison code of not snitching, do you get a pass in this situation? You should do.
You've known each other since you were both very young, haven't you?
Preschool.
And that would be at Parkway Baptist Church as toddlers?
Yes, sir.
And then you and Miss Williams went on to Holy Comforter together?
Middle school.
And after you went to Holy Comforter, you and Miss Williams attended North Florida Christian, correct?
High school.
Class of 1988?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same high school you went to with Mike Williams and with Kathy Aldridge, who later became your wife?
Yes, sir.
When you were in high school, you dated Kathy Aldridge?
Yes, sir.
And Denise dated Mike?
Correct.
Happy New Year to you too, Addie, and all the True Crime Metrix community. I think it's going to be a great year. You know, it's been a great start to the year. And, you know, let's keep going.
And it was at that point in time when you were in high school and after that you two as couples and the four of you as individual friends would do things together, correct?
It primarily started, I guess, later in college.
And after college, you all four remained very close friends, correct?
Can you imagine, like, Victoria Girl says, 11 more years, that's doable for him. It really is, isn't it? You've already been in for 9. You're almost halfway. Imagine on a 20-year stretch, getting down to your last 24 months, and then a year, and then 6 months, and then only a month to go. I mean, it must be like, I don't know. What would that feel like? I hope I never have to find out. But yeah, I think he'll be all right. He doesn't have, even with the snitching thing. I think it's understandable, even in the toughest enforced prison code thing.
Yes.
Went on trips together?
Yes.
Went to local nightclubs together?
Yes.
Restaurants?
Yes, sir.
Went to each other's houses?
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean? They're living it up. They're going on trips. They're heading down to Panama. They're going over to what was it? What was the name of that big southern hotel? I don't know, but you know they're going nightclubs, concerts, music events. I bet they've been to Tallahassee food trucks, right?
You had indicated that you started an intense affair, I believe your testimony was, sometime on...
They could have been Brian and Denise could have been at Tallahassee food trucks. And on the next table was Wendy and Jane. Or Jeff. I mean, I just love how intersected these cases are in some ways. I mean, just geographically, really, but it's still... And time, you know, space and time. It's like a continuum.
October 13th, 1997 at Floyd's Music Store. Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And that relationship turned into something...
Floyd's Music Store on 666 Tennessee Street.
Where you
That's the number of the beast.
were calling Miss Williams up to 12 times a day, sometimes on the phone?
I'm sure there was a day where I called her 12 times a day probably, but I mean, we talked or saw each other routinely, regularly.
During this time frame, where was Miss Williams working?
At first, she was at SBA, State Board of Administration.
She only had a 30-minute lunch break at the state board, didn't she?
I don't know how long her lunch break was, but she routinely was late getting back from lunch.
Because you previously indicated that you and Ms. Williams would have sex up to 15 times a week. You recall ever telling me that?
That's good going. 15 times a week. Averaging twice a day, every day. And 3 times on Sunday.
I gave a range, I believe.
Was 15 the top of the range?
Yes, sir. Maybe. I don't know.
You had indicated that these sex acts that took place up to 15 times a week would take place in public places, including the top of the Capitol.
Yes, sir.
The top of the Capitol. Meaning the main Capitol building of the capital of Florida, Tallahassee. They had sex at the top of that. Let's bring up a picture of the Capitol building in Tallahassee. We've got to see that. Okay. Can I go? When I'm in Tallahassee, can you access that as a member of the public? Capitol building, Tallahassee. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, the only tall building in Tallahassee. Wow. Where's a good picture? Let's try. I thought it would be like, what they have in Madison or what about this one? Let's try this one. Save. And it's on Monroe, It's right there on Monroe. Why does everything happen? Everything in Tallahassee happens on Monroe. I cannot wait to be driving up Monroe, what is it, street? Where do we share this now? The Gibson Hotel, that's what it was called, in what was it? Appalachia Cola or something. So there we go. There's the. See, I thought they'd be like in this bird's nest on top of the dome, but that tall building behind it. That'd be pretty cool, huh? He's banging her from behind while they're checking out the view. Oh, God.
No one ever saw you.
I'm sure people saw us, but we were very good at hiding things. Denise is a very smart person. I'm probably not as smart as her, but we were pretty good at getting away with things.
Well, let's talk about that. If you're very good at getting away...
We were pretty good at getting away with things. Well, everything has a time limit. Yours is up.
...with things and no one saw you. How is it on December 16th, 2000, after you shot Mike Williams in the face, that you ran across 2 individuals that very day who may have been law enforcement officers? You ran across Mike Phillips at Walmart, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mike Phillips is an agent with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Then you ran across another gentleman at the end of Gardner Road who you believed was a wildlife officer.
Right.
So on the day that you shoot your best friend in the face, you come across 2 people just at random, both of whom may be in law enforcement.
I also pulled up at a stoplight next to or across from a state patrol officer, but I didn't have any control over any of those occurrences.
Thank you. So you had a third potential contact with law enforcement on that day.
Yes, sir.
But in this 3-year affair that you said included sex up to 15 times a week, you have no recollection of anyone ever discovering that?
3-year affair?
Well, 1997 to 2000.
2005.
Okay.
8-year.
8 years. Nobody ever found out.
Nobody ever found out.
In 2000,
Wait a
Mr.
minute,
Winchester.
I think he's asking you.
You've had you having an affair for 8 years? I've never even had a relationship for 8 years. What the hell?
To clarify, is that the question, Mr. Lake?
Let me rephrase the question. Over this 8 years you just testified to, do you know of anyone who visibly observed you in an affair with Ms. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Randy Clutcher.
Okay. Randy Clutcher.
What is the building they were looking down on, Patricia Burns? I bet he shot his load off the top. Just, take the opportunity, right?
Who is he?
Randy owned a business in town on Tennessee Street. I was friends with him. Denise and I ran into him coming out of a strip. I hate to do this to you, Randy, but he was coming out of a strip club in Panama City when Denise and I were walking inside. I took Denise out on a boat.
He's embarrassing Randy. Well, his name is Randy, right? If anyone belongs in a strip club, it's Randy.
With a good friend of mine, Lance Walker. Lied to him and told him Denise was my cousin. He came up to me later and said, "That's not your cousin, bro." We ran into Denise's sister at the mall one time. I'm sure there's numerous times that I'm not even aware of that we were seen or observed by people.
Well, that's observed by people in general. I think my question was more, anyone observed you having, in these trysts that you indicated occurred in public places. But let me follow up with what you had just said. You and Denise Williams were friends, correct? You were lifelong friends.
When?
From 3rd grade at Parkway Baptist, all the way up to probably when she separated. From you in 2012.
Right.
So it's not uncommon for you to be seen out in public with someone you've known since they were 3, is it?
When you're married to other people and you're going into strip clubs together, I think that's a little odd.
Well, the strip club trip, when was that?
Which one? We went
The
to
one you
strip
just
club
talked
through
about.
regularly.
The one you just talked about, Randy, in Panama City. What year was that?
I couldn't tell you.
Was it after Mike was killed?
I'm not sure.
Because after Mike was killed, thanks to you, Miss Williams was a widow at that point.
Thanks to me.
Yeah. Killed her husband. She went married to him after you killed him. In 2000, you were working.
Oh shit, no audio. Sorry. What was I saying? I said a bunch of stuff, but no, it was just about the 3rd grade thing. Now I'm just thrown off. I'm just thrown off. What did he just say? Let's go back.
I'm not sure.
Because after Mike was killed, thanks to you, Miss Williams was a widow at that point.
Thanks to me.
Yeah. Killed her husband.
Thanks to me. He's got a wry smile now.
She went married to him after you killed him.
That's an interesting question. It calls for a legal definition that I don't think he's qualified to give. She wasn't married to him after you killed him. Well, you know what I mean? That just sounds like, would anyone here be able to say if that is certainly true? If your husband dies, are you still married? That's interesting. When does the status change? I suppose your marital status that you would put on government forms would be widowed, right? But to have that as a status of record on your documentation, that would have to be updated. So until it is updated, your status is married, right? I'm guessing. But I can understand why Brian's like, I don't know.
In 2000, you were working as a financial planner for your father?
Jerry, disregard the comments from Mr. Way. He's here to ask questions, and you're to consider the answers to those questions, not comments by the attorney.
Acknowledge, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Winchester, in 2000, you were working as a financial planner?
Yes, sir.
And in your role as a financial planner, you sold insurance?
Yes, sir.
You handled investments and money matters for your clients?
Correct.
Did your clients include friends of yours from North Florida Christian?
Yes, sir.
Did they also include Denise Williams and some of her family members?
Yes, sir.
Have you had handled financial matters for Ms. Williams' sisters, or some of her sisters?
Yes, sir.
He would handle financial matters for some of her sisters, but he couldn't add 20 years to 2016.
And you were Mike Williams' financial planner?
I was one.
Because he had sought advice from other individuals that you became aware of.
He had a large account at Merrill Lynch, and he had a relationship with the man that sold him the Cotton States policy.
Yeah, about this marital status, of course it would be widowed, but, you know, as far as your status of record, I know obviously that's the status, but it's like when does it update? Does it just automatically update at the instant moment of death of the spouse? It's just I understand why Brian looked a bit confused and uncertain to answer that question, because it's like when you get married or you get divorced, legal paperwork has to be done to achieve that status. So it seems that it would be the same in case of death, right?
Now, you previously testified, I just want to confirm, you previously testified that Denise Williams didn't want to be a divorcee.
Right.
Except when it came to you. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, she was fine with that.
Sure.
You testified, or you've indicated that part of the reason why you killed Mike Williams is because you wanted to be with Denise Williams.
If I was with a girl who I knew was so opposed to divorce that she was willing to murder her husband as an alternative, I'd think twice about getting married to her, personally. Just in case, you never know, right?
You wanted to be with her romantically.
Yes, sir.
But as it came to pass after you murdered Mike Williams, you did not, in fact, come to be with Ms. Williams exclusively. You were still married to Kathy Thomas, weren't you?
I was still married to her when the murder occurred, yes, sir.
In fact, you didn't get divorced until 2003.
Right.
And then around the same time frame, Ms. Williams was involved in a romantic relationship with Charles Bunker.
Okay.
Well, Charles Bunker, you testified yesterday, you were aware that Ms. Williams and Mr. Bunker went to Atlanta. You recall that?
Yes, sir. We talked about it yesterday.
And you recall that that made you angry?
We're seeing a little bit of a different character to Brian in cross-examination, aren't we? A lot of an extension of disdain is being afforded to the attorney that is representing his co-conspirator Denise Williams, and he's he's annoyed by these questions, obviously.
Yes, sir. I felt very betrayed by that.
Because Mr. Bunker and Miss Williams were in a physical, intimate relationship, weren't they?
At the same time, she was in a physical, intimate relationship with me, right?
So you weren't with her exclusively, and she wasn't with you exclusively, according to your testimony.
We were supposed to be together exclusively, but yes, I cheated on her and she cheated on me, so...
Well, that's the thing with cheating, you know. It goes on and on and on and on, you know. Why would it be any different?
We were equal cheaters. Actually, she was first. I forgot.
The trip you went on with Mike where you drove several hours, that was to Arkansas?
20 hours, yes, sir.
And that was the trip where Mike indicated he was unhappy with his marriage?
Yes, sir.
And he wanted to move out west?
That was one thing that he brought up.
And how long was it before you murdered Mike did this hunting trip occur?
It was in November.
So it was about a month before you killed him?
Yes, sir.
You didn't just tell him to go ahead and file for divorce and move out west?
I should have.
Because according to your testimony, a month before you killed Mike Williams, he's giving you an indication that he's frustrated in his marriage and he wants to perhaps move away.
No, he wasn't saying alone. He was talking about all of them.
He was unhappy in his marriage, and so he was going to take his
family and move out west.
Okay. But you didn't encourage him to do that. Instead, you killed him.
Out west is a pretty broad location reference, isn't it? I mean, they're already in Tallahassee. It's two states to the river. Where out west? Could Louisiana be, quote unquote, out west?
That's what we did, yes.
Well, that's what we did. When you shot Mike Williams at Lake Seminole with the 12-gauge shotgun, was Denise Williams standing there with you?
No, she wasn't. She was in my head, behind me.
She was in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that over the years you've been obsessed with Denise Williams?
Obsessed?
Yes, obsessed. I can answer that for you, Brian.
Denise and I were best friends. We were Bonnie and Clyde. We were partners in crime.
Bonnie and Clyde, here we go. Yeah, this is the thing, isn't it? You know, we've got our secret, we've got our scheme. We're running these suckers in our lives, and no one knows what we did because we're so criminal cool, baby. We've got such hot sex 15 times a week, baby. We've got fucking blowjobs at the top of the Capitol building, baby.
Were we obsessed with each other?
Yeah, thanks, Albert. Louisiana is southern, but, you know, as far... I used to think that out west meant, like, all the way over in California, Oregon, you know, but it's the classification is anywhere west of the Mississippi, right? I mean, have I got that wrong?
I'm not asking if she was obsessed with you.
He's answering your question. I think let him finish.
You could say that. I won't argue with you on that.
Prior to the hunting trip to Lake Seminole on December 16, 2000, you talked with Mike every day by phone?
I mean, maybe not every single day, but very regularly, yes, sir.
Previously indicated that as it relates to this case and investigation, you were worried about phone records, but it seems to me around 2000, you spent a lot of time on the phone.
Yes.
Spent a lot of time on the phone with Denise.
Yes.
Spent a lot of time on the phone with Mike.
Right. We were worried about it being around the murder.
You told Mike that you were going to take him hunting to a super secret place.
I don't know exactly what words I used, but that's the way that I framed it, was that it was a special spot that we needed to use waders to get into.
But in fact, you've hunted out of Lake Seminole before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And Mike Williams has hunted out of Lake Seminole before.
Yes, sir.
And you and Mike have both hunted together at Lake Seminole before.
Yes, sir.
There's nothing really secret about going to Lake Seminole, is there?
It's a 20,000 acre lake. There's plenty of spots that people don't know about. And when you find a spot that has a lot of ducks, then you refer to it as a honey hole or secret spot, or, you know, it's like fishing.
Did you tell Mike where?
What did he say? A honey hole. I think Denise Williams had a couple of honey holes. You refer to it as a honey hole.
Where this honey hole was, where the secret spot was in the lake?
No.
You got to Lake Seminole with Mike about 3:30 or 4:30 a.m.?
I don't know if it was that early. I think we met between 3:30 and 4:30, but it was earlier than it would have normally been because I was trying to get back in time to meet my father-in-law.
And of course, as you're aware, the area around Lake Seminole where you put in Sneed is in the central time zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Denise Williams, the Seminole honey hole. It's going on the list, Victoria. Seminole honey hole, love it.
It was 4:30 in the morning here. It would be 3:30 local time at Lake Seminole.
I didn't care about what time it was over there.
So you get him out of the boat. You rock the boat, or did you push him out?
When I pushed him out of the boat,
Did you stand up, or did you just rock the boat?
he stood up.
What did you do then?
I pushed him out of the boat.
Did you stand up to push him, or did you push him when you were sitting down?
No, I was sitting in the seat in the back.
Falls in the water. Water, is it dark out?
Yes, sir.
Water is black.
Right.
There's no light.
We had lights on the boat, but yes, it was dark.
How far away from the boat was he after you pushed him in?
After I pushed him in, how far from the boat was he?
How far did he get from the boat?
After he went in the water, I motored away from him just a little bit because I was worried he would try to get back into the boat. And then I kind of slowly circled around out of range where he was at.
Christina, I can't let a line like honey hole pass by. I mean, is that what he said, or is it like honey, like an abbreviation of hunting? I don't know. But if something comes up like that, I'm going to comment.
And it was during this time that he swam to the stump.
Right.
So now Mr. Williams is holding on to the stump. When you see him, how do you see him? How are you able to tell that he's holding on to the stump?
Because I could see him.
Did you see him off of a light that you had, or off of a boat light?
I believe I had a headlamp on. It's a light you.
Oh my God! It was dark as well. Oh no, man. I think I had heard that before, but I'd completely forgotten. All this time, I'm imagining that the sun was up at least. Imagine being thrown into Lake Seminole in the dark. Ugh. And all you can see is all you see is the headlamp of Brian, the vague silhouette of a boat and the sound of the motor. How terrifying is that?
Wear on your head.
How close did you get to Mike when you saw him holding onto that stump?
At what point?
Let's use the point when you shot him in the face.
When that happened, he was in front of me to the right, and I took the boat to the left of him and approached him. And when I got to whatever I guess I felt like I needed to do that before he could grab onto the boat, that's when I shot him.
How close were you?
The boat was moving, so I'm guessing You know, you asked me this before, and I think I said between 3 and 12 feet or something like that. But as I've thought about it since then, I've thought about the fact that the boat was moving towards him. So, you know, I'm going to say 3 feet.
Okay. And this is because you've had an opportunity since we last talked to think about your testimony, and now it's closer to 3 feet instead of what you previously told me.
What did I previously tell you?
3 to 12 feet.
So 3 feet, yes, sir.
So now it's definitely, so you're up close to him, 3 feet. You can see his face at 3 feet, can't you?
I can see the outline of him, yes.
3 feet is a very short distance.
Yes, sir.
What's he saying to you?
He was yelling.
You said yesterday that you had to load your shotgun. Did you have to put a round in the chamber?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun did you have?
What, name brand?
No, just pump, over, under.
Pump.
So that would require you to manually pump a round into the chamber. It makes a noise, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's a distinctive noise, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
What did Mike Williams do when he heard you put a round in the shotgun?
He didn't say anything about that. I don't know that he heard me or not.
Well, you were almost 3 feet to him.
That's not when I loaded the gun.
Well, how far away were you when you loaded the gun?
It was while I was circling him. So
You're circling him while he's in this stump field,
yes, sir.
taking care to avoid the stumps around him,
Yes, sir.
trying to navigate your boat through a stump field to find your friend in pitch black holding onto a stump.
I wasn't navigating trying to find him. He was from me to you, and I was circling around him.
From me to you, and you're circling, did you go behind him, or did you just circle around in front of him?
A circle goes completely around.
So you would go around from his front to his back and back around to his front.
I was going around in a continuous circle.
He's yelling at you.
He's yelling for help.
But then you close distance.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'll bet. I'll bet. At the top of his lungs, no doubt.
In that boat, after you had loaded around into the chamber of that shotgun, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get to about 3 feet away from him. You see him. You have to aim the gun,
Yes, sir.
and you aimed it at him.
Denise's honey hole I would refer to as the wood chipper.
Sir.
You pulled the trigger.
Yes, sir.
He was holding onto that stump, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't.
Right.
How long did it take you to circle back around and pull his now lifeless body out of the water?
I circled immediately around
How do you know where to grab? It's pitch black, water's dark.
because I knew where the stump was.
It was messy, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you look to see if there was any blood or any other matter on the stump after you shot him?
No, sir.
You dragged his lifeless body back to the shore, ran down and got your truck, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Just leave his body just laying there on the shore?
I believe I left it in the water.
Did you pull it up so it wouldn't drift off, wouldn't sink?
No, it was very shallow there on the shore, and I didn't want anybody to see it while I was gone.
Did you look to see if there was any blood or any results of what you had done there as the body just laid?
No, I didn't want to see any of it.
You didn't look around to see if there was anything, any blood?
He was in the water.
At some point in time, you loaded him in the back of your vehicle on an incline.
At the edge of the water, yes, sir.
You sped back to Tallahassee, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Your best friend in the back of the Suburban with nothing covering his body.
Nothing covering it.
You didn't put anything over his body, did you?
There was a large dog crate in the back of my truck, a plastic dog crate. And I put the top half of his body into the dog crate because I knew...
Oh my God. You want to humiliate his corpse anymore? Just like, I'm just stuff half of his body into this plastic dog crate.
Eating.
We knew it was unceremonious, but I didn't know about the dog crate.
I didn't want to get blood everywhere if possible. And that's where he was.
Wonder what happened to the dog crate. It went on Craigslist.
Did you shove your best
Fair condition, large dog crate, only used minimal amount of times.
friend's body into the dog crate while you were Lake Seminole, or did you stop somewhere along the line to make that happen?
That happened at the lake.
Denise Williams had no idea that you shot her husband in the face with a shotgun, did she?
Correct.
She didn't learn, or would not have been able to learn, that you shot her husband in the face with a shotgun until after your proffer and testimony became public.
Actually, I tried to tell her about it one day, and she did not want to know the details. She told me that she assumed that obviously when his body was never found, that what we had planned did not happen, and that it never made sense to her that I was able to get to the shoreline, but he wasn't, but that it was okay, and we were forgiven, and we were like David and Bathsheba, and God was going to forgive us.
What was that? David and Beth Sheila? Is that a Bible reference? Or what? What does that mean? We were like David and Beth Sheila?
That what we had planned did not happen, and that it never made sense to her that I was able to get to the shoreline, but he wasn't, but that it was okay, and we were forgiven, and we were like David and Bathsheba, and God was going to forgive
Sheba.
us, and we didn't have to tell anybody about it, as long as we asked forgiveness from God. It was okay for us not to confess it to anybody else.
David looked down from palace to Bathsheba, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
So you killed Uriah.
Yes, sir.
You coveted Denise the same way that the good King David coveted Bathsheba.
Yes, sir.
That didn't end well for them, did it?
No.
I don't know this story.
But to be
See if we can get a brief synopsis here. David and Bathsheba is a 1951 Technicolor epic film produced by 20th Century Fox and starring Gregory Peck as King David. Well, I'm sold already. It was directed by Henry King and produced blah 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 blah. Plot: David ben Jesse, the second king of Israel, returns to Jerusalem after a military victory over the Philistines. En route, a car bearing the Ark of the Covenant nearly capsizes. Uzzah, a captain of David's army, attempts to prevent the Ark from falling and abruptly dies touching it. While the prophet Nathan declares it will be of God, a skeptical David pronounces it as natural causes. David is attracted to Bathsheba, wife of his captain Uriah, the Hittite. The attraction is mutual, although both know an affair would break the law of Moses. When Bathsheba becomes pregnant, David sends for Uriah, hoping his spending time with Bathsheba will cover her pregnancy. David's wife, Michal, who knows about the affair, tells David that Uriah did not return home. He slept at the castle as a sign of loyalty to the king. David orders Uriah to the front line, while withdrawing on his troops, leaving Uriah to die David. Well, I see the comparison. Yeah. So that's how she saw things. Crazy.
To be clear, you never told Denise Williams that you shot her husband.
She didn't let me tell her that, no. And I didn't want to tell her that.
You came back to Tallahassee, you crawled in bed with your wife?
Yes, sir.
Is your left arm still soaking wet from where you had reached into the water to pull Mike's lifeless body out?
I don't remember. I doubt it. I don't know.
Crawl in bed. How long were you in bed with your wife before you decided to get up and go to Walmart?
Very briefly, long enough for me to try to get her to realize.
Just in context, guys, all of the events of this day, what they're discussing, it was still 4 whole years later that Wendy Adelson was going on to J-Date to find a suitor and looking up Professor Markel. That's how long ago this was, what he's talking about.
That I had overslept and make the phone call to my father-in-law. And
the very first time Wendy and Professor Markel moved to Tallahassee, all of this had already happened.
I wanted to get out of there as quick as I could before she woke up and started going about the house.
And it was at that point that you went to Walmart to get a tarp and a shovel?
I got a tarp, a shovel, and weights.
And then you took...
Victoria Girl says that she learned of the Bathsheba story by watching the Sabrina Lamone trial. That would be a fantastic case to cover. I'll put it on the list.
Mike to Car Lake?
Yes, sir.
Took him out of the dog carrier that you left his body in?
Yes, sir.
You buried him?
Yes, sir.
You then had to go back to your parents' house, wash the blood out of the back of the truck, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Were your parents home?
I don't remember. If they were, I was not looking for them. I did not want to run into anybody.
You indicated earlier that at some point in time your father, Marcus Winchester, called you and wanted you to go to Lake Seminole with him.
Later that evening.
Did your father call you from his house, or was he already on the way?
I don't know where he was.
Did you meet up with him and ride together?
Mr. Pinto Peabody, hello.
I believe we did.
Where did you meet up and ride together from?
I don't remember.
Could it have been your father's house?
Could have been.
When you got to Lake Seminole that evening, did you see Scott Dungy?
I don't remember if Scott was there that evening or not. I remember Denise's dad was there. I want to say Mr. Martin was there. I don't remember who else was there.
How many times did you see Scott Dungy at Lake Seminole during the time they were searching for Mike as a missing person?
Scott was probably there every day.
How many times do you think you saw him?
30 to, I don't know, probably 30 times.
You and Scott Dungy went to North Florida Christian together?
He went to school with all of us, yes, sir.
So he knew who you were?
Yes, sir.
You knew who he was?
Yes, sir.
You saw him about 30 times?
Probably, yes, sir.
After you killed Mike, you and your father's agency were the ones that started initiating the process to collect insurance, correct?
I was in a hurry for that process to start. I thought it would look suspicious and kind of wanted things to drag out. It was really my dad that instigated and kind of started that process.
Dealt directly with the insurance companies?
I'm sorry?
He dealt directly with the insurance companies?
Yes, sir.
You indicated earlier that you believed it was your father who put Ms. Williams in contact with attorney Kurt Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Nola Vine asks, I wonder if Dan Markel ever read up on this case. Well, Dan Markel was killed in 2014. And, you know, until then, there wasn't much of a legal case to be read up on, right? I mean, there were certain things that were done legally, like declaring him as an official dead body, but I mean, that would be fairly standard. It would have been a criminal investigation case before Professor Markel was shot. It was only 2016 where it became legal fodder. So I'd say probably not. I imagine he'd have lots more stuff to read up on. But certainly the players involved in Dan Markel's murder, Detective Isom, before Danny was shot and before Isom became involved in the Adelson case, he would have been aware and probably involved with the investigation of what happened to Mike, certainly, you know, and the other colleagues, the victim advocate, you know, all of those players around TPD that we saw in Markel case, at the point they were interviewing Wendy, would have already had previously in their careers been involved or aware with this matter. So I like that there's that crossover. You know, that's cool.
All around this time, you're still married to Kathy, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
In fact, up until September of 2001, you and Kathy were living in the same house, correct?
That sounds about right.
I believe you also.
I didn't say.
I'm sorry.
Was there some?
I don't know. I heard something. Bad hearing. I apologize. Around this time, according to your previous testimony, you indicated that you were also having a relationship with Angela Stafford sometime in 2001.
I wouldn't term it a relationship. I mean, we had a few incidences where we met up, hooked up, met up. But no, I wouldn't call it a relationship.
Were these hookups of an intimate nature?
A few of them were.
So you weren't together with Denise. You were still married to Kathy, and you're also seeing Angel.
Are you asking when that happened?
Well, at least in this time frame I just spoke about, around 2001. Is that a fair statement?
I think Angela was after Kathy and I were separated. I wasn't going out partying with Denise and Angela, leaving my wife at the house. So I think we were separated at that point.
You find
I've just realized who Sabrina Limon is. Yeah, that is a good one to cover. That is a good one to cover. That's the kind of guy she's having an affair with, kills her husband, right? And the husband was a firefighter or something? Yeah, we'll definitely. Has that got the full trial? Oh, here we go. Court on crime. Yeah, we've got the full, it looks like, defense opening, prosecution opening, jury instruction, Detective Sheriff Alvarez. Yeah, it looks like we've got a bunch of stuff to cover with that. Wow. Oh, great call, Victoria Girl, and thanks for seconding. Is that a word? Seconding. Who did second it? Christina. Okay, yeah, we will be working towards that soon. We've got to do Ali Abulaban tomorrow because the public have spoken. But we'll try and fit in Sabrina Limon. Is it Limon or Limon? Yeah, good shout, guys. You see, that's what's great about True Crime Metrix is that you guys have such great opinions.
finally got divorced from Kathy on March 26, 2003. Recall that final hearing?
Yes, sir.
Happened right here in this courthouse?
Yes, sir.
And that was the time where you tried to stop her from going through with the divorce. Recall that?
When
At that very hearing on March 26th.
I tried to stop her,
You sat in the pew or the seat one row behind her and you cried. Remember that?
I cried, yes, sir. I don't know that that's trying to stop her, but yes, I cried. I was not happy. I was upset about it.
You told her you didn't want to go through with the divorce that day, didn't you?
I don't remember telling her that, no, sir.
You would just be sitting there crying. You wanted to get back with Kathy Thomas after that divorce was finalized in 2003, didn't you?
I didn't want to get back with
Railroad worker, yeah.
Kathy.
I knew it was something where you had to wear orange or high vis.
Until after Denise and I had the incidences with Chuck Bunker, and I was just done with all of it, and I went to church, like I said yesterday, kind of had a spiritual reawakening, and then over the next maybe 6 months or so became convinced that I needed to.
He keeps saying reawakening, which is suggestive of him having a previous primary spiritual awakening. So when was that? You know,
Try to get back with Kathy. It wasn't something that I really wanted to do. It was something that I felt like I should do, that it was the right thing to do.
yeah, that's what every woman loves to hear.
The spiritual reawakening and the right thing to do, that also may cover confessing one's sins.
I want to get back together with you. I mean, it's not something that I want, but you know, it would be convenient for me.
Yes, sir, it should.
You didn't confess the sin of murder to anyone, did you?
No, we haven't. I have, but we haven't.
We'll get to that in a little bit. At one point in time, I believe you indicated that Miss Thomas had used the term throw you under the bus as it related to Denise.
Yes, sir.
In fact, when you gave your first proffer to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on October 9, 2017, didn't you use a very similar phrase, throwing under the bus?
When I gave my first
statement to law enforcement as part of the proffer.
right. Did I use that phrase?
Yeah, do you recall saying, I don't want to emotionally throw her under the bus?
Yes, sir.
But in 2017, the bus you were being thrown under was the armed kidnapping bus. That was what you were facing. Those were the charges you were facing in October 2017, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
The bus you were being thrown under was the armed kidnapping bus. Is that necessary to phrase it like that? That's just a... I know exactly what he means, but why does there have to be a bus? You know, it's like...
And those charges
The armed kidnapping bus. What does that mean?
stemmed from Ms. Williams being the victim.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to jail on August 5th, 2016 on the charges of armed kidnapping. You didn't straight away go to law enforcement and volunteer the details of the Mike Williams murder, did you?
Absolutely not.
In fact, while you were in jail, awaiting the resolution of your kidnapping case, you decided you were going to take certain steps to try to frustrate the prosecution of the armed kidnapping case. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. I was desperate to do anything that I possibly could to avoid going to prison.
And that included obstructing justice, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
That included approaching an individual named Wade Wilson and offering to have him pay money to try
What?
to influence the outcome of your kidnapping case.
Wade Wilson. Isn't that the guy with all the tattoos on his face?
Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. I was desperate to do anything that I possibly could to avoid going to prison.
And that included obstructing justice, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
That included approaching an individual named Wade Wilson and offering to have him pay money to try to influence the outcome of your kidnapping case.
All right, that's not the same guy. Maybe he said Wayne. Wayne. Felicia Pastor, all the way from... Where is it? Montgomery. No, Birmingham. Good to see you, Felicia.
I don't know who approached who initially, but he and I had discussions along those lines. Yes, sir.
Was there ever any discussion about paying Wade Wilson to kill Denise Williams?
Wade brought up the fact that he had been a hitman in his past. I think he was lying, but he did offer to make Denise go away and make other witnesses in the case go away. And I said, don't ever speak to me of that again.
So you were drawing the line at having witnesses eliminated.
Yes, sir.
You were not drawing the line at having witness testimony and other evidence fabricated.
Correct.
And you talked with other people about helping you fabricate evidence and develop ways to frustrate the prosecution. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Talked to a woman named Kimberly Adams.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you offered her money to try to help you obstruct justice and witness tamper.
No, sir. I didn't offer her money.
Did she end up getting money from you or a family member?
I think she got money from my dad, but that was not a quid pro. I can't say that, but it was not pay you to do this.
What did we get in the poll there? I didn't even remember what the poll was. Was Brian planning to kill Denise when he kidnapped her? 65% say yes. I think he was prepared to, right? But I do think he wanted to have some kind of discussion. I think he just really wanted to make see the impact of her fucking him around, you know. Yeah. I've always been a little bit undecided, but, you know, he had a gun, he had that murder kit with a possible shovel. I think he was prepared to take drastic action. I would like to know if he had a location, he was directing her to go somewhere. I would like to know, you know, we never know where that destination was. I would like to know if Brian had a grave pre-dug. That would be interesting. Yeah, I don't know if people want to finish this testimony today or not. It's 7:15 in the morning, but if people really, really do, there is a goal. So, you know, I don't know. It's about another. There's the end of this video, and then there's one more video. So, if that's really something you want, I'd like to finish it today because it's just good to do it in one chunk. But the video's getting seriously long, and it's, I don't know. It's a strange time of day. I don't know where I'm at.
So her role in helping you obstruct justice and tamper with witnessing, she was going to do that for free.
I don't believe she ever did anything. I just asked her to do things. You know, I don't. None of the people that I asked to help me out of my situation ended up helping me in any way. So,
now, you didn't want to go to prison. You didn't want to pay the consequences for what you had done, did you?
just like Denise, right?
One of the people that you tried implicating this was a Jennifer Winchester, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who is Jennifer Winchester?
My sister.
She your only sister?
Yes, sir.
After the summer of 2017 passed, did you become aware that law enforcement had learned of your arrangement with Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, after learning of the arrangement with Wade Wilson, that scared you even more than facing just armed kidnapping charges, because now you were tampering with witnesses.
Yes, sir. Lying was just making things worse for me.
and you knew you were looking at life in prison.
I was already facing life in prison, but
It's getting worse.
it was getting worse.
You had a very firm judge, didn't you?
Hangman Hinson, yes, sir.
Dude, he's right there, to your right. It's Honourable Judge Hankinson. Look at this deputy over here on in the chair. What kind of pose is that? It's a little regal. He looks like he's sitting on a throne. Plant your feet on the ground, buddy. You need to be ready to go, not sitting back leisurely like that. Look at how he's holding his wrists as well. There's something. He's like a Bond villain. We need to stick a big white cat on his lap. And another one on his head. Keep that thing warm.
Comment on that. But you knew that things, your situation, not only from the armed kidnapping, but now with the witness tampering and obstruction of justice, it had gotten worse.
Yes, sir. Lying was making things worse.
So in October of 2017, this proffer agreement is negotiated.
Okay.
Well,
I don't remember the exact dates, but yes, there was a proffer agreement that came about.
try to help yourself out of the situation that you had put yourself in with the armed kidnapping and with the obstruction of justice. You give to the state information related to where they can find the body of Mike Williams.
I was asked to provide any and all information that I knew about the Mike Williams case in exchange for the things that you talked about earlier.
And you got the benefits that we talked about earlier, but you got one more benefit, didn't you? You got the benefit of seeing Denise Williams arrested, locked up, and brought to trial.
That's not a benefit.
You got the revenge for her putting you in the same situation you wanted to put her in.
No, sir. I wouldn't want to put anybody in this situation. She got herself in this situation.
Well, you would put your sister in the situation of tampering with witnesses.
I asked her for help, yes, sir.
You would put Kim Adams in the situation of tampering with witnesses.
Yes, sir.
You have a history of trying to plant evidence. You put a fake hat out at the crime scene where you shot Mike Williams in 2001, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Winchester, you're a murderer, isn't it true?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Winchester, you're a liar, isn't it true?
Yes, sir.
And nothing else, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, going on to redirect.
Talk about the proper agreement just a little bit. As it relates to the proper agreement, you were to give testimony and having to do what happened to Mike Williams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It is not true as part of that proper agreement that if you lied or found to be perjured in any way, shape, or form, that those statements can actually be used against you.
It was made explicitly clear to me, particularly by the 5 attorneys that I had helping me on my case, that if I decided to
5 attorneys on his case.
go forth and give a proffer and give information about the Mike Williams case, that I absolutely positively needed to tell the truth, because if there was any element that was not true of what I came forward and said, then whatever I said could be used against me, and the agreement would be null and void. Yes, sir.
And as you mentioned earlier, one of the conditions, the only condition really was, well, the 2 conditions was you get immunity, but also that the state would not be asking for life.
And there would be no information brought up about Wade Wilson. Yes, sir.
State.
So we got 63. We've got 63 people in the stream. What is our goal target at the top here? 5 super chats, 5 teal super chats in the next 20 minutes, and we can finish the whole Brian Winchester today. I think there's 5 super chats out there between 63 people. There must be. I mean, I think it'd be worthwhile. I really do. I really do. I might even make a super chat myself. to myself just to get things rolling. How about that? Yeah, let's try and do that.
Yeah, it's 45.
Or maybe I'm just going to finish it anyway. With nothing, because we're just playing around with these new features on the YouTube thing. I've never seen this thing before. It's you know, you got to get to know these things, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Like that.
Yes,
But I
sir.
don't know what's next. If we're already on redirect, is there going to be... Whoa, Mr. Pinto Peabody, thank you so much for that big old super chat. An orange super chat. Now I'm finally understanding these colours. And Victoria Girl. See, I'm getting to the point where it's difficult to read. It's always been difficult to read. Yeah, thank you, guys. Okay, 3 more to go, guys. 3 more to go. We can do it. We can do it. We can push it. But we're already on... I guess that maybe there's going to be a rebuttal from the state. Can that happen? If there's new things that are brought up by the... No, sorry. Okay, well, I know that there's another video because it says part 4. Let's have a look. And thank you again, Mr. Pinto Peabody and Miss Victoria Girl for your super chats. That's 2 out of 5, guys. 3 more to go, and then we've got a time limit on it. What is the time limit? Something. 20 minutes, right from now.
You actually got 20 years in Department of Corrections.
Yes, sir.
10 years of which is the mandatory minimum for pay per day.
Yes, sir.
And that's not all, is it?
No, sir.
What else is part of that?
15 years of GPS monitor probation.
So even if you are able to get out of prison, you've got 15 years probation on the backside of that as well, correct?
I think until I'm 80.
Norla Vine says there should be at least 4,000 viewers having to be placed on slow mode as they compete to get a comment in. Well, on here, that's where we're getting to this year. We're getting 4,000 viewers. That'd be amazing, huh? I think our biggest simultaneous concurrent viewers was I think it was over 300. Or was it over 200? It felt like a lot to me, but that was on Adelson matters just pre Donna's trial, which didn't happen. Just imagine what it's going to be like in June, huh? When I'm actually in Tallahassee. He walks among us.
Go back a little bit. You said you separated from Kathy when?
All good, Pinto Peabody. There was, yeah, it's all good. Maybe we'll get there later.
He said in 2001. That sounds about right.
September 2001?
Yes, sir.
A little bit out of order number-wise, Your Honor. These are not on the exhibit list. I apologize. But these are exhibit number 18.
Thanks so much for the super thing, Christina. That's 3 out of 5, guys. 2 more to go. 2 more to go. 2 more to go.
A through F, Your Honor, for the first. We would just actually take a look at those particular items without showing them to the jury, please.
Yes, sir.
You recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
What are those items?
Victoria Girl says, I enjoy the intimate chat group. Well, me too. And so does Norla Vine. Maybe that should be the new slogan. True Crime Metrix. The honey hole of true crime.
Tickets to concerts that Denise and I went to.
Your Honor, this time I will use these exhibit number 18, A through F and F, please. Is there objection? No, there isn't, Your Honor. To be admitted. The first ticket there actually What's the date of that very first one?
The one that was on top is 10/21/99.
Now that's prior to my death.
Oh, look, we've gone to Librarian Brian. He kind of looks like a woman with these glasses now. Like a... like, is it just me? Or is that like... It's like... Maybe it's the angle of the lenses, but it looks like those feminine glasses from the early 60s.
Yes, sir.
Is that a concert that you went to with Denise?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wade said something about you being obsessed with Denise. Is it also true that you keep memorabilia, if you will?
Yes, sir.
And are those tickets memorabilia?
Yes, sir.
Mementos of things that you did with Denise?
Yes, sir.
First one is 1999. What's the date of the second one? It would be B for the record.
I laid them all out here, but
You're in chronological order, I believe.
there's one that says July 2001,
What's the next one?
December 2001.
The next one?
Well, there's two, April 2002,
And?
September 2002.
And when is it that you and Denise went public with your relations?
Went public with our relationship.
Go, y'all started going. You see in public?
It was after all of these.
So all those are whenever the relationship is still secret that you kept as a man?
Yes, sir.
I haven't read the... Felicia Pastor asks, did you hear that Donna Adelson's older son Robert may testify against her? I haven't read the unsealed thing that was... I have it. I have it in my Google Docs, but I haven't read it yet. I just kind of haven't warmed back up to the Adelson case yet, but we'll be there. We'll be there. But I've always anticipated that Robert's going to be on the stand in that trial. That'd be great. Great to see Rob. Dr. Rob. I love this, Albert. Metrix scented soap. A friend of mine makes the most wonderful fucking soap. I never knew that I could enjoy soap so much. Never thought about it. Never bought like fancy soap. Yeah, I've been in a hotel where they have nice soap and it's pleasant. But this guy showed me his soap, the friend of mine that makes special scented soap, and it's fantastic. I mean, just the feeling and the aromas, it's really good. Maybe I should speak with him and set up some Metrix scented soap. Because I have a dog called Soap, right?
The next subject I'm going to go to, I believe, we need to discuss a legal issue for
We're about ready for a break. We'll let the jury step out. Take 15 minutes. We need the witness on the stand.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so, no, Your Honor.
We get to see the audience now, the gallery. There you go, Dr. No.
Your Honor, we approach sidebar report.
We don't have a jury.
I understand, Your Honor, but still
We're talking about the camera, I believe.
I would so respectfully request documents.
I'm not going to try to avoid the meeting.
Your Honor, the next exhibit that the state intends to show Mr. Wade brought up an issue about whether or not anybody had ever been a witness to any of the relations between Mr. Winchester and Mrs. Williams during the time frame in question. Exhibit
Okay.
number 18 is a series of photographs that were taken.
18 were the concert tickets.
I'm sorry, 17. Hold on, let me show you.
17, and you've already marked it 17.
It's a composite 17 and 8.
On your list you gave me, you have 17 as the panning.
Yes, sir, I probably made that.
Okay.
There are a series of photographs that were taken prior to Mike's disappearance in Panama City. Photographs were taken by Brian Winchester.
Okay, I'm just going to do the last video anyway, whether these remaining super chat targets come in or not. I'm really not going to sit here and be a baby about it. Yeah, we didn't meet our goal. We do have 11 minutes though, so if you look after me, I look after you, we're all good.
Okay, Mr. White, you can be heard.
But this is going to be the longest True Crime Metrix stream ever, I think. We've done some heavy ones recently. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I know some people really like the long streams. But maybe we should try and do some short streams that are like just 45 minutes or an hour. Maybe that would get more views, because I think there's obviously like a larger number of people that would like short form content, right? I don't know. We're going to be playing around with a lot of things this year. Anyway, final video of Brian Winchester testimony coming up right now.
Your Honor, I apologize. I recognize now how foolish my objection was in light of what you're actually looking at. But as it relates to the newer items that were provided, Your Honor, I would again renew my objection on the 94-3. I believe the evidence is more prejudicial than probative. And in light of the cumulative nature of the already ruled upon photograph, Your Honor, I would say that the cumulative and those particular photos would also be irrelevant in light of what you've already ruled on. So I would respect the request that
It's a little quiet. Is it quiet for you guys? Is it me?
Mr. Pugh.
Your Honor, they are relevant. Mr. Winchester has described not only that there was a relationship with Denise Winchester prior to them becoming public in 2003, that it was of a sexual nature. There's a question, a cross-examination about whether there were additional witnesses to those. Those photographs memorialize each and every single portion of that. They are of sexual nature, and they do show that somebody else is present during them. And Mr. Winchester's testimony would predate, would put it in that time frame.
Queen Olive, how you doing, Queen Olive? Good to see you.
Your Honor, Winchester is not in the photographs.
Well, that's not entirely correct. He appears to be in one of them. It takes a little bit of...
I don't know about the Labrador-shaped soap, Christina. That'd be great, but I know from the production process that the best thing you can do is just make one huge slab, and then you have like, what do you call those things? You know, like, is it called a cheese string, where you cut with a razor wire? You just make one huge slab of soap and cut it into rectangles. If we got to make individual Labradors, I think that's that'd be great. But maybe someday.
Probably testimony to confirm that, but 17T would appear to be a picture in the mirror, which we assume to be Mr. Winchester taking the pictures, but I guess we'd have to hear him say that, but that's what it would appear. But they need to be part of the record for...
There he is. What's he doing now? He's having another reawakening.
Let's have a jury, please.
That's how he stands up when the jury's coming in. I'm a little confused. I guess this might be jury questions or something, because we've had the direct, we've had the cross, we've had the redirect, so what is this?
Jury in the courtroom.
Yeah, I know I've got to start scheduling ahead of time, Christina, but the thing is with the sleep pattern, it's like I was late today. Well, anyway, we can talk about it later. I know, we got to do more things like that. Pro things, professional things, Metrix things.
All right, everybody be seated, please. Sorry we had a little delay. Every once in a while I have to earn my money, so we have to discuss a few things outside the presence. You may proceed, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Winchester, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Showing was the previously marked for identification purposes, states composite exhibit 17. Without showing those to the jury, I should take a look at those items, please.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs of?
They're photographs of Denise with my first wife, Kathy, of a sexual nature.
And where were those photographs taken?
Panama City.
When was that trip to Panama City?
This particular trip, I'm just looking to see if this was one trip or two trips here.
Were there multiple? Okay, well, let's talk about that real quick. Were
Yes.
there multiple trips to Panama City with you, Denise, and your first wife, Kathy?
I guess this the sexual nature photos of Denise and Kathy and Brian are sealed, right? We can't find those. I found all of Jodi Arias's, homemade pictures.
We traveled together to multiple places, Orlando, Colorado.
They were extremely explicit.
Panama City. Those three that I remember offhand. I believe these are all the same trip.
And when was that?
And I believe this was after Mike's death occurred. These pictures.
When was that?
Prior to Kathy and I getting divorced, so it would have been between 2000 and 2001.
Okay. Prior to you and Denise coming out as having relations? Having
A relationship?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned you and Kathy separated in 2001, so would this be prior to the separation?
Actually, as I remember, this is one of these pictures shows it's a spring break. It was a spring break, so I'm guessing.
If I were to tell you that they occurred possibly in April or the springtime of 2000, would that sound right?
It was either 2000 or 2001. I can't remember when Kathy and I separated exactly, but it was 2000 or 2001.
Regardless, they were...
Well, if it was spring in 2001, it would have been previous to Mike's death, right? Because he was killed in just December of 2000. So this guy's a moron.
Prior to you and Denise making your relationship public, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we move state composite number 17 in the evidence.
Any additional objection?
No, Your Honor, no additional objection.
All right, my ruling be the same, to be admitted.
I'm sorry. So whenever earlier you had been asked about multiple people that had seen you prior, your first wife was with us as well, was she not?
Yes, sir.
Photograph number 17H depicts a shot that says show and tell. What is that?
It was a strip club in Panama City.
Is that the one you
Show and tell.
previously mentioned that someone had seen you go down?
Yes, sir. But that was a different occasion.
Okay. Same strip club though?
Yes, sir.
Around this time, I've got permission to publish the jury.
You may, we're just going to pass these out. You'll have them later to study more carefully. If you just look at one, pass to your next one. We don't have to sit here. Well, each of you looks through each picture.
Imagine if the jury all started snickering while they're looking at the pictures, like children. The honey hole's going to be full of bees by the time she's 80. Bzzz.
Now, Mr. Winchester, you were also asked questions about, at some point, you tried to get back with Kat.
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that with Ms. Williams?
Extensively, yes, sir.
And did she appear to agree with that, or at least have an understanding about why you were doing that?
Yes, sir, she did.
And did she not write you a letter expressing that?
I think she did.
Countermeasure approach. Matt? Shows that previously marked for identification purposes states exhibit number 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What does that appear to be?
It's a letter from Denise.
Is that the one that where you and she had written you whenever you decided to try and get back with Kathy,
Yes, sir.
expressing her feelings?
Right.
Your Honor, this time Ms. Stacy exhibit number 19 is evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Or are they going to read this out? This should be good.
Mr. Winchester, I'm not going to ask you to read the whole thing, because I believe it's 17 pages, but I am going to ask you to read the first page and a half, if you will, just to kind of get a gist of what this is.
17-page letter. How did I know that Denise Williams would be the kind of person to write a 17-page letter? Front and back.
So if you could, let's just read down to about, right about here. Okay? Okay. Start with page 1.
What kind of salutation do you think she's going to use? My dearest, darling, murdering, scumbag, lying, cheating, Brian.
Ready?
Yes.
My dear, sweet, adorable, beautiful Brian.
I knew it! I knew it! Did you see that? I'd never heard that before. I fucking knew that. Some really long, extended, my dearest, darling, blah, 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 sweetie pie, blah, blah, blah. I fucking knew it. That's how she plays, man. You see, you don't get one past Metrix.
Ready?
Yes.
My dear, sweet, adorable, beautiful Brian. Yes, this letter is going to be sappy. I'm sitting here on day 2, still reeling from all of this. I feel every emotion a person can feel all at one time.
Okay, so just before we let him read 2 pages of this long letter, what's the deal with him breaking down in these emotions here? I'd have thought that he'd have moved past wishful, reminiscent, emotional, whatever, and seen her for what she is. Anyway, this letter's going to be sappy, whatever she says.
Adorable, beautiful Brian. Yes, this letter is going to be sappy. I'm sitting here on day 2, still reeling from all of this. I feel every emotion a person can feel all at one time, all the time. There are so many things I want to say to you, so many things that I want you to know. First of all, I found a present for you for Christmas that I had already bought, so I wanted you to have it. Season 2 is not out yet. Also, I remember that real frosting was something you really wanted, so I made it for you. I hope you like it. I would have made sugar cookies, but did not have them. Keep it in the refrigerator, and if it gets a little hard, put a little milk in it. I think I remembered you had some dough in your refrigerator. There are no words that can describe to you how sad I will be on Christmas and New Year's Eve. I will know for sure that what we are doing is right, but I will still miss you and be so sad. Also, on the anniversaries, 16th and 17th, will you please pray extra hard for me? I'm sorry, did I go further?
That's fine.
On those days, and please have your parents call me. Most everyone will not even mention it to me, and so I know I will need someone to talk to. Thank you.
The last page of that letter. Signed by...
Okay, the valediction. What's that going to be? With all my most heartfelt.
Somebody.
Denise.
What does it say?
I love you more than ever, Denise.
And again, that is in response to you trying to get back with Kathy.
I love you more than ever, Denise. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And there's a date up on the top right-hand corner of the first page. Appears to be kind of torn off.
Albert says, what is the Metrix law? Do not put anything in writing you wouldn't want a judge to read in court. Yeah, I did say that one time, didn't I? Yeah, it's true. You know, you never know. And watch your browsing history. Victoria, clear your cache now.
When When was this letter written?
I noticed that when you handed it to me, and it just says Wednesday 12/10, and I can't make out the last number.
But that would have been the time frame that you and Denise were trying to get back, or you were trying to get back with Denise?
With Kathy.
With Kathy.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I said I'd give you limited cross, Mr. White.
I'll stay within the areas of just what's been recently introduced, Your Honor. Mr. Winchester, the photographs that you were just shown, that have been shown to the jury, those photographs appear to show Miss Williams and your wife, Kathy Winchester. Those are the two women that are holding hands or hugging each other, kissing each other.
Yes, sir.
Those pictures don't show Miss Williams kissing or hugging you, do they?
Those pictures,
Those pictures.
I think there was just one where our faces were together, but we weren't being intimate in those pictures because I was probably the person that took the pictures.
And those pictures don't show you and Kathy being intimate or close.
No.
And those pictures could have been from spring break of 2001.
It was either 2000 or 2001.
In the letter that you just read, that could have been, my understanding, your attempt to reconnect in your marriage with Ms. Thomas. That would have been in 2004, correct?
I'm not sure of the date. I'm sorry. Our divorce was finalized in 2004, I believe. So I think it would have been earlier than that.
I have nothing further on.
Further, I did have one thing I thought should be clarified. I'm not show you 17T.
Oh, we got it. We've released the fucking files.
Further,
Can we freeze frame?
I did have one thing I thought should be clarified. I'm not.
Gotta be quick here. Oh. Can't really see much. Phone home. I can make out Denise in the front, right? And that's Brian behind her, or Kathy? I can't really tell. Looks like a man, I guess. No, I don't know. I don't know if there's facial hair.
Appears to be a reflection in the mirror. Shows someone in the mirror taking the picture. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Any jurors have questions of this witness? Write your question down. We'll go that far.
Good product placement, Staples. Where's your Mountain Dew? We haven't had any Mountain Dew in this case, not one bit. You know, I'm disappointed. Staples is the new. Everybody head to Staples for all your stationery needs and printer ink. And Staples, please do reach out to truecrimemetrics@gmail.com for your greatest sponsorship deals.
Mr. Winchester, were you on medication for any?
These are jury questions. This should be interesting. We got just 5 minutes to go, guys. 5 minutes to go, which brings us up to 8 a.m. What am I doing with my life?
Type of mental disorders or any of the times for which you have testified?
No, sir.
Can I hear that question again? What was it? Did you have any mental problems when you testified? Maybe.
Medication for any type of mental disorder or any of the times for which you
Why are you smirking at that, Brian? It's a genuine concern.
testified?
No, sir.
As to the insurance proceeds, was there a plan as to when the insurance proceeds would be paid out between you and Miss Williams?
I'm not sure by the question if they're asking
You're all legends, Victoria. All of you.
initially when it would be paid out or when possibly I was expecting to receive any benefit, but the insurance...
Let's go to that question because there are a couple of follow-up questions that maybe clarify what's being asked and may clarify that. And I think the juror is positing before the murder occurred, your plan and discussions. And was there a plan for you to gain access to or a portion?
Yeah, same judge, same courtroom.
Of the insurance funds individually?
No, sir. All of the Denise was the beneficiary, the only beneficiary in all the policies, as
Yeah, damn straight she was. And then kept the money in an account which you couldn't access.
well as all their personal assets, as well as the Social Security. I mean, in total, it was about $2.25 million that she
Whoa, big money, baby.
stood to receive in total. I was not the beneficiary on any of it, but of course, we knew that eventually when we ended up together, that I would secondhand benefit, I guess you could say. But I didn't have any direct benefit or legal entitlement to any of the money. And even when we got married, Denise kept the vast majority of her assets in her name.
And there had been no discussion to the contrary. In other words, y'all had, I know what the legal papers say, but in terms of y'all discussing...
Doesn't that just give her complete control? She can withhold sex, she can withhold money, she can go to Atlanta with Chuck Berry, or what's his name? What was it? Chuck Bunker, the bunker of Chucks, the biggest bunker in Chucktown.
And other than that, there was no discussion of that.
Correct.
Was the insurance money an incentive for the plot or simply a bonus to the relationship without Mr. Williams?
I think I would characterize it as a bonus. We wanted to be together, either way. And the thing that we always joked about was, we were together with each other because we wanted to be, but the money was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, is that how she framed it? Yeah, the real thing is us. The money is it's a small icing on it. It's a nice to have, for me, just me, my cake. It's the icing on my big cake. And if you're lucky, I'll let you lick the crumbs. I'll let you lick up the cake crumbs out of my honey hole. Okay? But, at a time and place when I choose.
Follow up, Mr. Fuchs.
Mr. Winchester, you said that money was bonus, icing on the cake to you, correct?
To Both of us.
As your understanding is, it was icing on the cake, the bonus, correct?
You see, why is it icing in the States is called frosting, right? Have I got that wrong? They already spoke about frosting in the letter. You wanted the real frosting. Something about you've got dough in the fridge. Nothing spells the high life like pre-made, store-bought cookie dough and artificial factory frosting, right? That's when you know that you've got $2.2 million in the bank.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The question was asked whether or not the money was a bonus to y'all being together.
Right.
That's from your perspective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not from Denise's perspective.
Right.
For all you know, that was the primary goal, and she utilized you to get the money.
Could have been. I don't feel that was the motivation, but could have been. Yes, sir.
And in fact, after his killing, she limited her contact with you and actually were dating other men, was she not?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Paul?
No, Your Honor, no question.
All right, you can step down. All right. We got sidebar.
Okay.
And your Honor, for the record,
Well, okay. So, we conclude the Brian Winchester testimony. We did the whole thing, guys. Wow. Good job. Good job, team. So, remaining on the case, what have we got? I'm not going to do it now. I'm out of here. It's 5.5 hours. We've still got to do the sentencing. We're going to hear victim impact statements. And there's an interesting, I'm not sure if it's an appeal or some sort of, let's call it an appeal. There's an appeal hearing where Denise has this letter to the judge where she as far as I remember, she reads it out and she's like, to put it very succinctly, I've learnt my lesson, I accept what I did was wrong, and how about you let me out after 4 years on restrictions, I don't get any of the money, but you let me out with an ankle tag, and I'll spend my life helping others. She thought she'd write this really, you could tell that she thought she'd written the winning letter, right? You could tell that she thought the judge was going to go, oh, that was such a genuine letter, you've really owned your problems and taken responsibility for the actions, and I'm going to let you go. And the judge was like, no. The sentence stands 30 years, and that was satisfying because it was so obvious that Denise had really gone, okay, what is my best shot here? My best shot is to own my mistakes and appeal to the good nature of the judge, assure him I won't be a danger or problem to the public, and that I won't receive those financial benefits that I got from the murder. And, she really thought she'd come up with the one last card she had to play, and the judge didn't give her 1 day of a discount. What would the word be? Reduction. Not 1 day of a reduction. Yeah, it was so satisfying. So, I never want to leave though, but I should. I gotta go. Okay, we will be back, and thanks so much to all you wonderful members, you Patreon supporters, you coffee supporters, you super chatters, you super sticker givers, and all the rest of you guys. Just a really nice show tonight, guys. I woke up late. The dog woke me up. I thought, I got to do a show. I got to drag my ass out of bed. I got to do that show right now. And I thought, I was going to do Abu Abalabala tonight. And I thought, no, I just need to put on something quick. A kind of throwaway show. Just something I can put on and it's there. And I didn't think it was going to be that that enjoyable for me. Can't speak for anyone else, of course. I enjoyed it. And I really did. That was a great one to cover. And we'll be back tomorrow with Ali Abulaban. I think we're gonna do maybe a very brief introduction and go straight into the direct examination, which is lengthy. So maybe we'll just do that direct tomorrow, and the day following we'll be on to the cross, which is where he really shows himself. He's very transparent even in his direct, because the thing about Ali is that he has no idea. He thinks everyone else around him sees him as he sees himself, right? This is the problem. This is the disconnect. And he just even when he's on softball direct examination, he is so exposing his nature. It's ridiculous, and he has no idea. But then when we get to cross, he's, you know, he can't control his contempt and his disdain and his anger at the questions, the framing from the prosecution's questions, and all the rest of it. So it's going to be a wild ride, guys. I hope to see you all back here. And when we've done those examinations, we may do a deeper dive into the backstory of the case, but that's probably going to take too long to set up for tomorrow. So we'll do a brief intro, maybe have a look at some of his TikTok videos, which are all still available. And you know what's really weird about that? His TikTok and YouTube shorts have his murder victim, Anna, in the fucking videos. I mean, is that okay? How do we feel about that as a society? You know, the guy, his account's still active, and his murder victim is featuring in his comedic material with him. I mean, it's kind of sickening, right? I'm not saying that I believe that they shouldn't be public, but I am asking the question, as I think we all should, right? Is that okay? I mean, it's certainly, from our point of view here at the True Crime Metrix channel, it's interesting to look at and kind of disturbing. But, yeah, so we'll do a brief intro. We'll look at some TikTok videos of him, and then we'll get on with his direct examination. That's what we're doing tomorrow, yeah. And at some point in the future, we'll be back to the Denise Williams Brown Winchester case to have a look at those things I just mentioned as well. But for now, we will say good night. God bless. And what did we used to say? Don't be an Adelson. Be kind to each other. Don't be a Winchester. Don't be a Williams. Or don't be a Denise Williams. Be more like Mike. Try and be like Mike today. Okay, Norla, Victoria, Queen, Albert, and Peabody. Catch you later. And all you other guys. What are we saying here? Let's just read these comments. Olive Iron says, without Mike, they would have been roughing it. Yeah. Thanks, Frack. Sweet honey hole dreams. Okay. Alright, yeah. See you later, guys. And True Crime Metrix out.